Right. Good afternoon, everybody. It feels like hours since I last saw. Hours. Glad to be here. This is one of the more important things we do every year because, at a very high level, it sets our direction for the coming 12 months. And so, we want to be thoughtful and deliberate with our discussions and hopefully come out of this with some pretty clear direction. I'll amend that, some very clear direction to the 2,200 people that work for us and the 175,000 people that we serve on what our priorities will be for the coming year. So I just got a text from Commissioner Johnson. She's probably 4 or 5 minutes out. She will be here in 2 shakes of the lamb's tail. And so I kind of like to wait for her to get here before we adopt the agenda and get going in earnest. But maybe this is a good time for our host to introduce himself, especially to the, our in one particular circumstance, our newest commissioner-elect, Duncan Walker, and just give us a little bit about your history and what our expectations are for the next 2 days here.
Yes, I'm glad to be back. I'm Lyle. I'd like to try to keep this as informal as possible. Last time we did it, it was Zoom and informal. Many of you, we've had more than one Zoom, so you know a little bit about me and my style, keeping it informal, but keeping it focused. This is a first for me since last February, doing one live with a mask. I've done 2 live, but they were in plastic enclosures where you were at least in the room enclosed in Texas. My background is, this is what I do for cities. I've been doing it now for a long time. This is in May, in about 20 days, it will be 42 years doing this. Prior to that, I was a college professor at the University of Colorado, where I was the Associate Dean for the Graduate School of Public Affairs and professor. Got a PhD from USC, University of Southern California, not the East Coast USC. Sometimes you see me on my hat here. This is my good luck hat. And some of you go, which USC is it? It's the wrong colors for the East Coast. So prior to that, getting a PhD, I was an assistant city manager in San Diego. Started there as a management development program where I worked in the police department, fire department, where I was actually a firefighter for a year. And I also was managed one of the world's largest landfill, the Miramar landfill right next door to Miramar Naval Air Station in San Diego. And then worked my way up to an assistant manager. Why I left management is Mission Valley, which is the river bottom and the major drainage basin for San Diego. The group wanted to build a shopping center there. The city council turned it down, 9-0. So they went out in California and got a referendum on the comp plan, which is the general plan there, the development standards and zoning, and in a special election, they won. And so for 5 years, San Diego had no ability to regulate any development. As a result, Mission Valley built out, and if you're familiar with San Diego at all, it floods. You get a few drops of rain because it is the major drainage basin for San Diego County. When that happened, the mayor resigned, half the council resigned, P&Z resigned en masse, city manager resigned. I looked around, the offices were becoming unoccupied regularly. So I said, I'm going to go back to school, and that's why I switched careers. I actually grew up in La Mesa, California, a suburb of San Diego. I go back that far. That was my orientation to local government. My folks were very actively involved in the city. They started the first youth baseball association, started Little League, Pony League, Colt League, Pop Warner football, soccer. My dad served on the park board, appointed there for 24 years, chair of it 16, and to his credit, he got 3 bond issues passed for parks for La Mesa during his tenure, and our dining room table was a community work table. Mayor and councils came over all the time. Good afternoon. How are you? I really do exist. I'm not just a hologram on a TV.
Yeah, can't leave it here or here.
And my first job was working at the sewer plant, cleaning bar streams. So I learned there that citizens really want to take a lot of our services for granted. So that's my weird background, and I occupied enough time, Mayor, to get a commissioner here.
All right, well, excellent. So once again, a warm welcome to Commissioner-elect Dr. Walker. It's 1 week. It will be Commissioner Walker, and we're excited for your swearing in and to hear your thoughts about the city of Gainesville. And we're really glad you're here with us today. This will be important, your contribution. I want to start off, and before we get down to the real business of the day, by naming something and bringing something to the fore that I think it's important for all of us to acknowledge and contextualize as we go about our jobs. And that's that all of us have experienced trauma over the last year. And I think many of us are just starting to process that, to understand how that's affected us personally, to understand how that's affected our family lives, and how it's affected our personal lives. At the same time, our 2,200 employees have experienced trauma over the last year. Their job duties have been upended. The expectations that we have placed on them have been tremendous. They have responded incredibly, and I'm very proud of every one of the people who works for the city that adapted and helped keep our community safe. And 135,000 people that we serve have been through trauma over the last year. And we don't know what the long-term effects of that will be. We're just now coming out of that, and I think beginning to allow ourselves to imagine what our lives will be like over the course of the next year and the next 5 years. But I don't want us to approach our conversations without acknowledging and internalizing the impact that trauma has had on each of us on a very personal level. And it's taken me a little while to really recognize that and understand how it's impacted me. I think all of us try to put on our sort of best warrior armor and go out and serve the people who elected us, to show leadership, to be strong for our community. And I think that we've all done that. But we deserve self-care. We deserve to be a little bit vulnerable. And we need to acknowledge and understand that what we have been through is not normal. And there was no preparation for it. So whether it was addressing a pandemic that we had no prior experience or training in which to deal with, whether it's how we responded to and integrated our jobs more fully into racial justice, whether it was trying to process and deal with an attempted insurrection at our nation's capital. These are all very traumatic things. And the people who elected us look to us to show that leadership. And that puts a lot of pressure for us to say and do exactly the right thing every time. And we're human and we do our best. And then we'll figure out afterwards whether it was exactly the right thing. So I say all that as a way of letting you know that I so deeply appreciate and respect the work that each of you have done, that the work that all of our staff has done, and I want us to feel safe around one another and be able to respect one another's viewpoints and opinions in a way that allows us to move ahead with the priorities of our cities in a way that is in a way that is representative of the kindness and soul and deep respect and love we have for our community and the role that we play. I hope that wasn't too heavy for everybody, but it's something I have been thinking a lot about and wanted to very much say out loud and in public for the benefit of all of you. And so with that, let's go ahead and adopt our agenda, and we'll get down to business of the day. Is there a motion to adopt? Okay, motion by Commissioner Sacco, second by Commissioner Santos. I believe we can take a voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, the motion passes unanimously. That's our first voice vote.
That was amazing.
It's already looking up. Okay, Lyle, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this will be a learning for all of us as we adapt to, we can take voice votes and things like that. We're seeing folks. I am glad to be back. As we talked a year ago, the process I work with cities is institutionalizing an ongoing strategic planning. We're not going to redo what we did last year. We're going to refine the plan for 5 years. We'll talk about that in a moment. If it's okay with you, I'd like to keep this informal like we did on Zoom. First names, that's the way I normally operate. It tends to allow for freedom of discussion. Everybody's ideas and questions have validity. So today, feel free to get in there and we'll see if thumbs and waves or if I can even see through this mask or whether you're ready to speak. I'd say relax, have fun today, because governing, as I learned when I first worked in the city of San Diego from Helen Cobb, if we're not having fun governing, we're probably not serving our community well. So really, governing is where you provide the leadership to add value to your community. And you're the one that has to judge.
This meeting is being recorded.
Hello. You look yourself in the mirror and you can say, I believe, I've heard from the community, I've heard from staff, and I did what I believe is right. You've made the right decision. It's you that are the leaders of this community. And today, I want to just quickly refresh us with the strategic planning model, very quickly. Then do a quick review of the crazy year that we've had in the last 12 months. Every time we thought things were going to get sort of stable, there was always another curveball, another event, and it was a series of events. And I think your opening comments were right on target, Warren. The cities I work with are really, as they're coming out, are really celebrating with their planning celebrations with their employees. And we've done through this together this past year. And it's personal stresses at home, where many folks were teleworking, but they were also having a spouse that teleworked. And then there were kids there, and we were teachers. And how do you balance all that out and make life really meaningful? So it's been a crazy year. You've accomplished a lot. You've got a lot of things underway that are not done. And we're not going to redo a lot of that. So today, we're going to focus after the performance report. I'd like to get at least 2 goals done, accomplished on an update. And we'll go through those. I think one we'll put on hold because Tanisha's not here today, but she will be here tomorrow. So I think the goal on equity, if it's okay with you, set it aside and come and we'll address that first thing tomorrow. So we'll adjust it. So I'd like to get through 2 goals today and then do the other 3 and do your final prioritization tomorrow. So, and I believe you have a 5:30 hard time. Is that right, Laura? So
I have a 5:30 hard time, and the rest of them have a 5:30. Please let us be done. So we can get back to our family benefits.
Okay, so we'll shoot for 5:30 today is the goal that I have, and we'll go from there. I'd like to just to hit a couple of things. If you go to page 2 in section 1, this is an aimed at trying to redo what we did last year, but just refamiliarize. From my perspective, under this form of government, it requires a lot of teamwork between the mayor and commission, your boards and commissions, your charter officers and your departments. And it's been a test for all of that during the last year in terms of how we operate as a team. If you look at this form, governance is your responsibility. You are the ones that provide the leadership and answer the what questions. So today I'm going to ask you, what are your expectations? What are your outcomes? Focusing on what? The charter officers have the responsibility of figuring out how to carry it out, how to translate your policies into actions, how to provide the services on a day-to-day basis. And the actions of your employees are what folks see. They don't see much of you, very little of management. But if they're not satisfied, your neighbors aren't satisfied with their interaction with the city, who do they call? All of you. Desmond, have you gotten your tattoo yet?
No, I don't have it, not yet.
You know what that's about? You've got a tattoo. I'm a commissioner. You are fair game 24/7, whether it be at the grocery store, going to church, walking down the streets, out to dinner nowadays, maybe with friends. They see you and you have like the old Far Side cartoon with the two deer and one looks at the other, bummer of a birthmark, the target. You are vulnerable 24/7. To say this is a part-time job is very unrealistic in the world today. Social media as well as personal interactions. And where I still give counsels today that I learned early on, the magic words are let me check into it, because that can save you a lot of headaches. Because in many cases, there is the rest of the story. As your neighbors interacting, they have little gaps, and they tell you about 60%, maybe 80%, maybe 10%. Then you check into it and go, there is another part to the story. So for me, this is a teamwork. And where does teams start? They start by going to page 4, common goals that pull you together. And last year you focused a clear vision and mission and plan, and there was a lot of focus on that during the last year, and a lot of things were either started or completed. Goals pull us together. Role is understanding what role we play. Commission plays one role, your charter officers play another role, your employees play a different role. But as respecting the individual contribution of each team member. You all voting 7-0 does not mean it's effective team. You can have 4-3, 5-2. But if it's been a dialogue and when we leave the room, we have made decisions that are best for the overall community, we have been successful. So it's valuing how you prepare for meetings is individually different. Your views are individually different. And that's okay, because out of that individuality comes strength. If everybody on the football team, I used this analogy a year ago, I'm a big guy, but I'm also one of the slowest in the world. I played college baseball and got thrown out at first base. I know Laura's laughed at me when I told that story before, but that's true. It was off Tom Seaver, and I thought I had a hit, but I didn't. But so we need to respect the individuality of each one of you. The next part is execute, making timely decisions, but not worrying about making the perfect decision. If you worry about making the perfect decision, you're not likely to make it. You have to go on what's best available. And during this last year, I would suggest to you, one of your strengths has been agility and nimbleness to adjust to ever-changing situations. The keys for teamwork is that third bullet. It is evaluating and adjusting. If it isn't getting you to your outcome or isn't achieving your policy goals, change it. Say, hey, we need to modify it. Keep what's working and modify the other. For me, that is part of the ongoing part of being a team, evaluating and adjusting. Attitude is respecting each other respecting the process, but all in all, celebrating the successes. Look at what we achieved as a community and with our employees, community those. Together, we have created a better Gainesville. If we do that, trust comes. Trust is earned because we've accomplished our goals, fulfilled our roles, executed in a timely way, and evaluated and adjusted when necessary. We have an attitude that we are in this together and we trust each other. Trust is earned. So for me, these are the simple models. Then flip to section 2. I'd like you to go to page 4. It's the landscape, the weird shaped page. The model that I've used with you and I work with my clients is there are 5 elements. Strategic planning is driving the city to the future. If we're taking a trip for Gainesville, it is what is our destination? That is out 15 years. We look 15 years out and you focused a vision, which is a set of principles that define your preferred future. If you flip back a couple of pages to page 6. It's the same section. In fact, it's page 6. Looks like this vision. We're in section 2, page 6. Here we've got it. You last year said in 15 years that Gainesville 2035 balances equitable community for all and a sustainable community for the future. Those are your words, not mine. Those are ones, and each one of those, the equitable has a definition on the next page. We're on section 2. We're reviewing last year's plan. Section 6, page 6, looking at the vision. So you identify equitable community for all and a sustainable community for the future. You also said in 15 years that it is a world-class lifelong learning community, a great place for neighbors to live and thrive, and provides meaningful experiences for everyone. 2035, Gainesville has an alive and vibrant downtown, a strong and resilient economy, and mobility for all neighbors. These are not just hollow phrases, because if you go to the next page, it starts with what is each one of these principles? What does it mean? I'm not going to go through these, just reminding you, and we may refer back to this, but you said this is what you wanted to be in 15 years. Comments on that? So if that's your destination, now you didn't hear many changes on that. The tweak we're going to do is the plan that's 5 years. If you flip back then in the same section to page 4, we also focused on the mission, the 4th one down. The mission is what is the purpose of Gainesville city government? What are guidelines for how we serve our community? How we carry out our operations on a day-to-day basis? That is the vehicle, the city is the vehicle that's going to get us to that destination. And last year, we spent some time on that. And if you stay again in this section, you can flip back to your mission. And it is on page 12. After a lot of discussion, we had long lists of terms. We focused it down and focused what do these mean? So the mission of Gainesville city government, of which you are the board of directors, is to build community by providing services responsive to our neighbors and our community in a financially responsible and neighbor-focused manner in partnership with our neighbors while engaging neighbors and community builders. And again, each one of these phrases is not hollow. There are definitions of those that you can find starting on page 13. That has been, we're not gonna redo those. I'm assuming those are still valid, but we'll use them as guideposts as we go forward. So we may flip back to them as we go through today. Going back to the model is the plan. The plan is a 5-year outcome-based goals. And that's where we're going to focus today in the model. And we will have both strategic and tactical discussions. This morning I was listening to the radio coming over, and someone made a comment that I forgot about. Some of you read the book in college, The Art of War. Did you read that? It was sort of like mandatory reading. And in it, there was a quote saying, if you have tactical actions without a strategy, you have nothing. And so for me, the plan is the foundation for your strategy. So we're going to talk, what is your strategy and the tactics and the actions. But we're going to try to link our outcomes to the actions. You all, during my interviews, how many ideas do you think came up from you all for next year? Give me some wild guesses.
17.
78.
Over 100.
Get some prize. We're keeping track.
Yeah, over 100. We will hit all of those. If it was brought up by one, we'll consider it today. It may not make it by the end of tomorrow. We will be focusing those, but over 100 ideas came up from you in the interviews. These are maybe 20% old and 80% new. But that's the way things are as the communities evolve. A year ago, did we think we would be still wearing masks? A year later, did we think about how it's impacted some cities very positively in terms of virtual services? They're likely to continue on. Virtual governance, several cities I work with are planning to go part live and part virtual because they found a success with that mix. So as the old saying is, our last year did not stimulate change. All it did was accelerate the rate of change and the importance of technology. Many of us have found that seniors in this last year become very able with the computer. If they want to keep up with their grandkids, they better get on the computer and be able to interact with them. So the plan is a 5-year plan. And if you flip back in this section to page 23, there were 5 goals. And I'm using these goals as our foundation for this year as well. The objectives have been changed based upon your interviews, based upon working with the management groups of general government and GRU, with the charter officer. So there's some suggested changes. We'll look at those in detail today. The value to your neighbors and community. I'm probably not going to address that much, but the challenges have changed drastically, as well as opportunities from a year ago to today. We're going to look at those. Many of those have as many 30 new ones. We're going to say which ones are the most important for the short term 1 year. If they're important, we need to have actions to associate it. If it's a real challenge today, what are we going to do about that immediate challenge? And then we'll deal with the actions. But the 5 goals are: 1, an equitable community, a sustainable community, both consistent with your vision. How do you balance those two concepts? A great place to live and experience, a resilient local economy, and best-in-class neighbor services. These are came from you last year and will serve as the basis for our discussion. So we're not going to redo the plan. We're going to refine the plan, review and revise it. So, yes.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 23.
Still section 2.
Staff just did the overview. So these are the 5 goals. I did not hear any real changes in the headings. I did hear changes in the objectives, which are 5-year outcomes. And I heard changes in the challenges and opportunities, and definitely changes in the actions. So that's going to be our focus today, in a few moments, is going through and looking at the updating of the plan. And then tomorrow, we'll do the itinerary. What is the action agenda? So tomorrow, we'll take all your priorities today, both policy and management, and you'll prioritize your top and high before we get done, and that's our effort for the next 2 days. Any questions before we dive in, or comments? Flip to section 3.
I have a question.
Sure.
I was promised coffee at some point.
Pardon me? 2
So-
o'clock coffee is coming.
Okay.
I have 2 o'clock, if somebody will be here with coffee.
Okay, that's.
I wasn't gonna say anything. I'm glad you did. They're rationing us. I made it through my meeting last night without any coffee.
I was gonna say, last night required 0 caffeine, so I think we're going strong.
And
I can
again,
pace myself now.
other things, if we need to take breaks, because some of our, I have found that at home we have a chair, or when we're watching on Zoom, we have a comfortable chair. These can be significant fun testers. So if we need breaks to just stand up, we can take, I would prefer to take a couple 5-minute breaks than one long break. Because I think some of us are not used to sitting in these chairs our conditioning has regressed during the last year with these chairs. Anyway, we're going to start in the performance report. I'd like you to flip to page 4. I asked the general government management team to rate the city's performance over the last year. You'll see their departmental worksheets here, as well as COVID worksheets. They filled out worksheets saying, hey, how did we get impacted? What did we learn? We're on section 3, page 4. I asked them to rate it 1 to 10. And the average among the general government folks was 7.2. And their comments were the following. Why was it a 7.2? The city was able to manage multiple crises. The pandemic and hurricane are ones that they highlight. The city was nimble, adjusting to changing situations. The pandemic became the agenda, with the federal government, state government, Alachua County, all having regulations, directives, providing different and mixed messages, but you were able to navigate through that. The enhanced teamwork within among the charter officers as well as the departments during the past year, that to be successful in this environment, the silos, they had to work together more, share work resources, not work just in my job description, but work in different ways. The neighbor-centric services were maintained and delivered. And the processes were new with virtual methods and the greater use of technology. And it really reinforced the importance of technology going forward. That you made progress on the strategic plan and action agenda that you'll see in a moment. There were some additional and shifting priorities during the year. Just be nimble to what's coming up. And many of you talked about a couple of those in your community where we had to address community crises. And the policy initiatives, many of your major priorities moved forward this year. CARES program, helping both your neighbors and communities, was an important thing this year. New tasks without resources and a reluctance to push to request additional resources. You say, well, what does that mean? If you look at the need for more resources for PPE, which at times were very scarce, cleaning supplies, a lot of those things, your staff was figuring out how to make things happen without expending additional resources. The lack of clarity. What is a post-COVID world going to look like? You alluded to it, Lauren. I have no clue what we're gonna be like in 6 months, in a year. We could even have another relapse of COVID. My daughter, who is in public health in San Diego, she said, we're not out of the woods. There could be another strain that comes our way that we don't even know about today. So, but what that post-COVID world looks like, who knows? No long-term direction on city buildings and facilities. That's still lingering out there. That's true in most of the cities that I work with. Other things required attention this year. There was enhanced communications with our community and within the city organization. The effort to try to keep your neighbors informed, even in light of changes. One of the things I have found in the last year, you became information central. Is that clear what I just said? If they didn't know what was going on, who'd they call? They may call you. You're not in your head. Your friends say, well, what does this regulation really mean? What's going on here? Cities were inundated with questions because residents didn't know who to call. Who to call to get, where do I get a vaccination? What's the requirements there? What are the mask requirements? Cities became really the central point because they knew who else to call to get an answer.
And while I add to that, not just that people turned us for information, but we had actively had to root out and fight misinformation. And that's still going on. And so it wasn't just passive waiting till somebody called us or posted something, hey, can you tell me about where I can get a test? It was, here's a bunch of stuff that's just patently false that we had to go back and try to fix and correct. And that's very stressful.
The intention, and there's been intentional disinformation,
right,
which puts you in a very difficult spot going forward. I think that is, every city I work with, that has been a real challenge this year, the disinformation, and some of it's been intentional.
Yeah. And
it's even your friends who hear it and see it on social media, you think, gee, they should know better than this, and they go, nope, they're still asking me about it. And then that takes a bigger effort. Because I think a lot of the cities that I work with, how do we get out ahead on a message? We did a pretty good job reacting, but how do we get out ahead of it looking forward? One other thing that has come out on communications is showcasing with the community the good things that are going on, because they tend to get lost in a year like this, because there's another crisis. We didn't have time to celebrate major successes. How could we do it with COVID? We weren't able to celebrate our successes. I have a couple of cities that are opening up a city hall and other facilities, and they're planning big celebrations. Not saying, look at what we did as a city, but look at what we achieved as a community. And that has become a major opportunity going forward. Another point was the importance of outdoor activities. If you want a real successful, one of the mayors I work with, Chris Coons, is in Normal, Illinois. He owns a bike shop. How is his bike shop doing today?
you can probably afford to be a mayor.
He can't get bikes. Some of these high-end bikes, you've got a 9-month order. He says, I hope that that's going to be the case, but outdoor activities, walking, biking, doing family gathering outside, really emphasize the importance of gathering places and parks. And they were really used a lot this year. And as a result, cities are looking at the importance of gathering places, outdoor, and trail connectivity becomes big priorities on cities a year ago. Maybe it was down the road, but now today it is a priority. But that outdoor activities, community builders dedicated to serving your community. Your community builders employees really pitched in, and you talked about that a little bit. Personally sacrificed some things to serve the community. Teleworking was a challenge. Your first responders, that was a big challenge early on and during the year when they were responding to an emergency call and uncertain what they would find when they responded. Competing priorities and differing expectations. Different parts of the community wanted different things and different priorities. We'll talk about many of those today. The current pace of change is unsustainable. Zoom fatigue is setting in. You're going, how many more Zooms? And Zoom fatigue is definitely there. It doesn't allow for personal interactions, like at a break, going out and talking with each other. Everybody goes back and does their things and they come back and concentrate it here. It isn't saying that Zoom's going to go away, but there may need to be a balancing of Zoom with appropriate in-face. So a lot of cities I work with, developers really like Zoom because they can come in, doesn't replace all their in-person meetings, but that is likely to change. Many cities, Fort Pierce in this state, they found in their finance department, they were processing accounts payable more quickly through teleworking. And they're thinking of redesigning their workspace there, basic learning from the Zoom experience. But Zoom fatigue's there. And then emergency management worked during the pandemic. A lot of your planning paid off, your preparation paid off, and your neighbors benefited. So this is what their thoughts were. You can see individual comments from each department coming back in the back part of this section. And it talks about what they felt, not only the successes were, but what are the impacts. I would urge you to look at that on your own. And as you go around and talk with folks or start getting out in the community, look at this and use this as a resource. It'll come back to you as a performance report of the year. Everything checked off that's been done, things with arrows that need to go forward. If you look at your comments on page 23, same section, these came from your interviews. 30 were identified by you all. The COVID response, the testing sites, the PPE supply, the city closure and teleworking, and face masks. Comments about that as a success this year? Anyone? Comments on that?
So I think it's a success because the community said it was a success. I don't know about y'all, but I consistently get, for all the complaints we get, people almost always tell me that they appreciate the city of Gainesville's response and I often say, well, you know, most of that's not us, but the things that are us, that are city, we seem to have done a good job with that because people bring it up regularly. And people are not shy about not bringing comments.
That's correct.
But that's a thing that people compliment. So it's not perfect, and nobody thinks it was. But I get feedback on that in a positive way.
Thank you. I'm going to revise this based upon our discussions when you get it back. Comments from others about what?
Yeah, I think it was a success. I think when you think about how we have to put that all together, working with the county, working with the department, there was no blueprint that came from the governor of Florida. And when people were tuning in to the White House, they heard bleach injections into the lungs. So we really had to put that all together. And I think our people did a fantastic job. I think this commission shifting its priorities on a dime to collaborate with Alachua County for as long as we did, I think was really special.
Good point. Other comments? The community paramedicine program funding and action. Comments about that as a success? Comments there? Body cameras for all police officers funded and implemented. Comments on that one? Comments there? Additions? Another success was the outside dining and open container policy in actions. It did include more trash though, although solid waste was up in every community that I know of from the last year. Comments about the outside dining and the open container? Anyone? Go ahead.
I think we need to work on open container. I think it was a partial success. I think it needs some work, as does the streetery project. We did a really good job with responding and changing as we went with some of it, and some of it we're not quite there on. But I think long term, I think there's huge potential for the streetery to continue to be successful.
So those two, you think, need to carry over to this year's plan as we go forward?
Yes,
Is that
but
right?
would work.
Lauren, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, I think, when you look, my wife calls them pandemic perks. Things you didn't ask for, but that you learned or experienced because of the pandemic. I think both for sort of outdoor, not just dining, but outdoor gathering space reimagined and open container, those are things you can talk about in concept forever. And you can look at other communities, look how this community does or not, but that gave us the opportunity to do it here. And to me, they've been an enormous success because it allowed us to really see, okay, what has changed? How are people adapting and, starting to use those things? And, I think both of those, could they use some refinement? Sure, I think we know that doing things like putting up better sort of street furniture and making it more sort of welcoming and warm is going to bring more people in and make it more effective. I'm talking about outdoor sort of dining and leisure space. But for like open container, the fact that somebody can now sit at Depot Park and sip an adult beverage, in peace, has been a real evolution for our community, and I think finding out firsthand that there the sort of dangers or the perceived you always hear about these sort of worst case scenario stories, and whether they happen or not, you don't know until you try it. Well, we've been doing this for a year and we don't have those horror stories. We know that now. We're not from some academic study necessarily, but from our own experiences. So I'm really grateful that we got to do those things and see how our community responded, and what the enthusiasm from the private sector and taking those opportunities and weaving them into how they interact with our community. It's been really, really cool to see their cooperation and partnership and all of that.
That's good. I added the reconfiguration of outdoor spaces or reimagining what the options can be that are suitable. Comments from others on this one? Anyone else? The strategic planning process and the institutionalizing of that. Comments there? We're back here today. Affordable housing projects, a program and projects, 14 initiated, including senior housing. That was an action from last year. Comments on affordable housing progress this past year. You want? Okay.
We have a long way to go, but 3 of us were at the groundbreaking for Deer Creek this morning.
That's cool. Comments from others on that? You know what? Zero Waste Task Force, policy process initiated, it's ongoing now. Comments there?
Ron, when you say comments, are you asking if you want us to, if you want some of this stuff to carry over to 2022?
Sure, or any other comments that you may have about this as a success. It could be the value to your neighbors or things you're hearing in the community, things that would either support it or say, hey, there's a further challenge coming up that we need to be sensitive to. So all of those above. Did that respond?
Yeah, that's a good response. I might take some time at the end.
Okay,
just go
that's
through
fair.
some of my comments.
Just wave at me.
Okay.
Any other comments on the zero waste? Racial equity disparity study has been kicked off, which was in action a year ago. Comments there on that one? Wild spaces, public places projects, including Oakview Center rehabilitation, ball field improvements, Northeast Brookside Park improvements, Northside Park with pickleball, senior center, and art murals. Comments there about your public places projects? Comments there?
There's some things on the list. The Unity Parks, you can add that, don't give me detail, but Unity Parks on there, Duval Park, the Kelly Center, that's all happened as well. Those are big projects.
I think they're good systems to point out because there's something tangible for the everyday person. So a lot of these are policy that might not affect you every day, but like the parks that are a few minutes from your house, the park to take your kids to, that's tangible success or change for a community. So I think that's a good one to strive for.
Particularly during COVID, when folks are looking for outdoor places, and here you've enhanced many of them. Other comments on this one?
I think the last time we had the discussion about spaces, there was a challenge of the residential funds and how we spend that money and the cost of things have gone up in some respects. And, we had a pretty ambitious list. I think it's going to be a real challenge over the next few years deciding. And, great things are going to come out of it. We already have. But it's just strange I've been here long enough now to see that, the renewal date will come sooner than you think. So we have to make the tough choices.
Other comments on that one? Their value or additions here? So I added Duval Park, Kelly Center. There was one other one.
Unity Park.
Unity Park. Those are a lot.
Yeah, and I think Lee too, the Howard Bishop, right? That's not done, but not Howard Bishop, that's not done. It'll be done at the back end of their reconstruction. And then what about the Lincoln sort of linear park?
Haven't started that one.
We haven't started that.
Lee, do you have any comments on the parks or open spaces?
No, I mean, there's a lot of work, a lot of good projects. On the backside.
Yeah, and that's an important punctuation mark as we do this. That add, it's going to be a future commission's challenge, but that adds operational expenses, in perpetuity. And so these are exciting, but there are pressures that come with that. I think So I think we're going to have a serious discussion with the county on whether to go out and renew wild spaces early in 22. And so when we think about our next list, thinking about things like, do we invest in parks? Not do we. How do we put things on the list and invest in things that require a significant amount of sort of operating expense and human resource, like a depot park, versus what do we invest in that's more sort of passive recreation that takes less intense maintenance and upkeep. I think those are questions that a lot of commissions don't ask on the front end. And we would be really doing our, our successors a service to think about that balance. And so in 10 or 20 years, they're not hit with a massive maintenance and sort of O&M burden that, they're not quite sure how to fold into their budget. Anyway, that's not necessarily a question for today.
No,
But we're celebrating all the successes. They're going to come with like certain burdens, in the future. And it's just, I think, part of our fiduciary responsibility to think about those as we're making.
I think your comments about two things. One is both of the concepts need to be in the plan. Do you look at starting the wild space next steps with the county this year? Because 22 is what, 6 months away, 7 months away now? Not too early. Yeah. How do you deal with the O&M costs with all the additional amenities there? Both good points. I think, David, your point was that wild spaces initiative next steps, was it not?
I'm always thinking about the next steps. Wow.
That's good. So we'll make sure it's in the plan.
If I just think editorial comment. What we're finding too, some of the passive uses, just as much as cost, more cost. Well, exotic species, meat industry, full burning.
Any of you want to go get your coffee? Go for it.
I don't want to get hurt.
We can continue talking as you guys get your coffee. The next one was a partnership with the University of Florida. We're going to hit that one a lot today and tomorrow. But successes is hiring fellows and CRP 100,000. Comments about that as a success? Comments there?
Yeah, I think things definitely, I think some things were moving forward pretty well. And I think COVID stopped some of the things from moving forward. And I think now we're getting back to kind of hopefully moving forward on some of those other initiatives that we had going before. But I do think we worked well together during COVID, but things changed rapidly. And I think we're hopefully getting back to picking back up where we were before.
And you'll see that, and we'll talk about that. It's going to hit many of the goals too. It's not just one goal. We'll get 3 or 4 different ones. Any others on that one? Strong partnership with the county during the 2020 communications and daily sharing between the two organizations. Comments about 11? Rena?
So I think it's important to stress the 2020 part. And there are laughs because it may not, in 2021, we haven't had, I feel, as resounding successes.
Some of us talked about.
Yeah, it's the play well lived. I think the world is ending driving need to collaborate is no longer as urgent. So there have been some slips back into fundamental disagreements on priorities and governance. That's polite as I put that.
And that's why it's got 2020 there, I believe, in some of your conversations with me. Other comments on the comment relations with the county this past year?
Yeah, it's important for us to remember that they do a different thing than we do. I mean, we're both local government, but we have different charges. And we are in many ways, the city in many ways is a service provider for lots of things that the county pays us to do because they don't have the capacity to do them. There are going to be frictions. There are also places where we're working together. I want some of our staff to consistently be frustrated with the county because if not, then we're not pushing on them. I want us to have some frustrations with the county, but I also want us to recognize when we do something well together. But we really do have different jobs, so our goals are not always going to align. Particularly when there's money on the table.
Yeah, I work both with cities and counties always argue that you do the nice things in cities that people like parks and in many cases police and fire, but the reasons you go to a county many times are not usually positive. They don't have as many positive opportunities. That's what I hear all the time from my county residents, which just goes back to the differing missions and that they're really an agent of the state too. Other comments there? Healthcare for the community was identified as a success this year. Comments there?
I think that deserves an asterisk. You know, it's to nobody's surprise, but we saw many of the sort of manifestations of the racial disparities and economic disparities that exist get exacerbated during this pandemic. And so, so folks had to fight really hard. And I'll name Commissioner Simmons first amongst many, who really went out of her way to make sure that testing was available in certain areas. Right. You know, that stuff wasn't just happening on its own. It took a lot of active intervention by community leaders, whether they were elected officials, faith leaders, you know, people that work for the city government or the health department or UF. There were a ton of people at UF that sort of took it upon themselves to figure out how to, you know, put together some testing kits and locations and get out. You know, and you know, as David said earlier, that there was no direction or support from the state or federal level for a long time on that. So we had to figure it out ourselves. And so I guess we can say it was a success because I think, got out both with testing and vaccinations now, and with information to a lot of people that if we just sort of let things happen, wouldn't have gotten that. At the same time, it really highlighted the challenges that we have and the dire circumstances that exist, especially for our Black and brown neighbors, especially when it comes to healthcare. And that's something as a city, I think it's easy to feel a little helpless on because the county has healthcare resources. They have a health department. The state has resources. We have the PRP. You know, I mean, and you know, I know there's a lot of pressure from the commission to really build that out, and I support that. I mean, I think that we've shown what an incredible value that is. And maybe it goes back to the last point, Marty, is that like we need some of these other partners to step up and really play a bigger role to get at some of these serious, really critical situations that we have with healthcare. But you know, sunlight's the best disinfectant, and so you know, bringing those challenges, you know, up front and you know, we've got more folks than ever that are tracking data and getting out, you know, into communities and elevating their stories and centering the challenges. So we're much more aware and have a lot more to go on as we start building these sort of tactical responses to it. But that's going to be a really, really heavy lift over the next few years if we do it right, if we're successful.
Good point. We'll see that, I think, reflected. If not in there now, we need to add it in the plan update to capture this point. Any other comments?
I think one thing, I think it did help break down barriers because there was entities they thought that wasn't their job or just they didn't want to get out there. And I think that's one of the things that hopefully once someone tries something, it's much easier for them to do it again in the future. And that's my hope is that some of our large institutions who did go out and do things that was beyond their comfort level because they had to, they couldn't seek kind of what's going on and not doing anything about it. And I think my hope is that since they've done it already, they continue to do it. So that's hopefully one bright spot. We'll see if that happens or not.
Great points. Any other comments on this one?
Yes, so there's not the labor, but the good news is we have literally the best available, the best healthcare on the planet, about 2 miles that direction. The challenge is pulling it out of that building or out of those buildings and into the community that surrounds and supports it. And making sure that UF Health understands that the community needs them and that they must participate. That's our challenge. We don't do healthcare, but we can make connections. And the connections that have been made over the last year, the challenge then is to cement those and keep it flowing and improve it, because it's certainly not great even yet. We had some good COVID work done, but healthcare is a lot more than COVID.
Right. And it goes back to Lauren's point about partners.
Yes.
Stepping up. Any others? Land Development Code Equity Policy Review. Comments on that one? That one came from you? Comments there. CARES assistance for residents and CARES assistance for small business. Both of those 14 and 15 were brought up by you. Comments about those as successes?
I think they were limited successes because we had, as a city, we had limited means to execute support, like monetary support. And I think after we had our initial rollout that we put together, it really fell more to collaboration with the county. Because I know, and we all know, there's a lot of businesses that just couldn't handle it, that regardless of what help was available, just couldn't, it wasn't enough. So I would consider it a limited success, that it mitigated some of the damage, but I wouldn't call it a total success because we still lost, people still lost their homes, people still have utility bills backed up, people still lost their businesses. Not as many as there could have been, but there were still losses.
Comments from others? Any other comments?
So yeah, we put money out there that really was, we're not structured to do that. The city's not structured to provide direct funding to not a traditional Florida city thing to do. And I agree, it was frustrating that we didn't get it out quickly enough, and that we just didn't have enough to pass out. That's the greater frustration. But we had completed our operation and everything we could do before the entity whose job it is got started. So that's something we should feel pretty good about. We from scratch found the money, created a system, and it wasn't enough money, and it wasn't a good enough system, and it didn't serve enough people quickly enough. But we created the system, rolled it out, and we're nearly done with it before the entity whose job it is got started.
Other comments? Go to the next page, renters' rights, rental housing policy adoption. Any comments about that as a success?
Success has been adopted, but we still haven't, we're getting into the implementation phase, and that's going to be, I don't think it's going to be, it's going to be a big change affecting 20,000 different communities, 80,000 instances. So it's something to keep an eye on. How it's implemented. It's a big change. It will affect a lot of people.
Comments from others on this one?
Yeah, I think, you just maybe, so Lee, I think as we're starting to do that, if we could get a monthly update on, how many units inspected, how it's going, just so we can understand the rollout kind of real time. I'm sure we're gonna start hearing from landlords, for better or for worse. You know, and I just, so we kind of have just our finger on the pulse. We don't need to know day to day, but, you know, what's going well, what sort of stumbling blocks are you encountering, you know, with the larger kind of subject in mind and back of mind, do we need to, as a commission, come back and sort of adapt or amend what we're doing to make it more workable? You know, or do we just need to leave it alone and let y'all do it and figure that out sort of operationally as you go? But anyway, I think at least I'm going to give it to me, might as well give it to everybody, just a monthly update on how things are working.
Yeah, we certainly can do that, and we've already noticed some issues, and we'll have that discussion on the sixth.
Right.
Some of the fun.
So I'll note the monthly updates on the rental inspections. Good. Other comments there?
So I think the success of this will be with a couple of years worth of refinement, because this first year, I mean, Adrian can't tell you, I can't tell you how many rental units there are. That really depends on this first year. And that refinement of the program. It's good that it's out there, but even, we just said it, next week, we have to go back and touch up the ordinance anyway. So I think it'll be a consistent project that we work on for the next few years until we have something stable, because it's like a scale. You're just gonna have to keep moving stuff around until it's okay, and then you let that operate. But it exists,
That's good.
which makes me happy. I yelled a lot about it happening, so the fact that it exists makes me happy. But to have it be good and helpful, I think is still a few years out.
Which goes back to that teamwork I talked about, execute, evaluating and adjusting. This would be a great example to get it to where the community needs to go, is the evaluating and adjusting. Comments from others on this one?
One other data point, a refrain we heard leading up to this was that if we do this, landlords are just going to want to get out of the rental housing business and sell their homes, and they're going to be owner occupied. I'd like to know if that's happening, and if so, at what rate? Are we losing housing stock and it's becoming owner occupied? I have no opinion one way or the other whether that's good or bad. I just, something that was said was definitely going to happen. I'd like to know if it is.
The others? David Jefferson.
That's my
ADU ordinance adoption. Is that a success?
Been adopted.
I think it's similar to the housing one. It's been adopted, but it hasn't.
That's more steps to be taken, right?
But it was recognized, like the city manager sent out a thing, it recognized as one of really the two best ordinances in the country if other communities are looking to adopt this. I mean, it was, the AARP listed it as one of their model ordinances. You don't get the AARP's endorsement easily for anything. You know, I mean, that took a lot of work. So, you know, the proof will be more housing being built because the barriers have been lowered, and it's too early to know that. But, you know, I don't think we just think it's a good ordinance. I think a lot of folks out there that are looking to do this think it's a good ordinance as well, and believe other communities copy it.
Other comments there? Broadband initiative kicked off. Again, further work needed, but comments on the broadband initiative. Anyone? Peter?
I mean, I think the past year has highlighted how important it is. And I think the city is in a good place because of the work we've been doing before that and putting it, making it a priority in the past. So it'll be interesting when the study comes back, but also I think a big move that happened 3 weeks ago, maybe new city account or the county is on school board. Already. But there was a 17-0 vote to say we need to run public broadband in every single house in the county because of the inaccuracies we have in our community. And And then hopefully with the federal dollars, the federal laws coming down already, but also maybe in the future as well.
Comments from others? Walkable community, including sidewalk improvements, ADA access improvements, trails, South Main project. Comments on walkability, which was the goal a year ago. Comments there?
I think we're steadily chugging along, so we've been getting, I think the last couple of weeks, we've gotten multiple updates on where we are on sidewalk improvements and road improvements. So I think it's a consistent improvement, it's something we constantly work on. I think we have a lot more work to do and bigger aspirations for what we can do, but what we have achieved, given the state of the world, was good and necessary as people were outside more.
Yeah, people were out walking. Comments from others on this one?
Got a lot of work to do on trail development. We 20 years ago, we were way out ahead of everybody on that, and now we've been lapped by a lot of much smaller cities.
You and I chatted about that at some length. You'll see those actions coming up in a few minutes. Any other comments there?
That's actually, I think, one of the successes of our city. This charter changed, and the voters, it kind of feels weird that happened last year, but it did happen last year. We had 5 charter changes. And one of those was to remove the restrictions on creating greenways in the city.
So the people gave us a tool to work
Yeah.
with.
So I would say that's a success. But,
That's a great point.
Tool in the toolbox we haven't used yet. It's there, but we haven't taken it out of the package.
I guess one other thing on the walkability is there were some horrible incidents that happened that were very high profile, and it's horrible that happened. I think the one hopefully thing that can come out of that horrible loss is that it has opened the door that some of our, I think, other entities in the state have opened what they will do for walkability, and that hopefully a loss turns into a bright spot and changes.
Other comments there? You'll see more on that one coming up. GRU energy, renewable energy actions. Comments about that as a success? Anyone?
Well, I think we've made good progress up until last year. I think we're up against a rock and a hard place in terms of making the transition to renewable energy. It's cold in Florida. You don't have as many renewable options as you do in other geographic areas. So that's a challenge, and honestly, I really believe our utility has to really do a better job of reaching out to some of these folks in Archer, because right now we have a group of people who their main point of information is coming from someone who's handing them disinformation. And so we need to get out in front of that this year. If we wait any longer, it's going to be a lot harder to do more of these projects in the future.
I think the unknown there is, our president has said he wants to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 50% from their 2005 levels, but with no guidance on how federal government's going to support or require that. And I'm skeptical, because I've been down this road before with the clean power plan that came to the Obama administration that was just so convoluted and impossible to implement, because it was using a regulatory tool to really accomplish what needed to be done legislatively. Even, and I would say especially, the most ardent proponents of renewable energy and addressing climate change through how we produce power were frustrated with that process. And so I'm eternally optimistic, but also skeptical at the same time, because I feel like I've been to this dance before, and I just don't know how, as a municipal power producer, not just deliverer, but producer, whether that's gonna be a positive for us or it's gonna be a regulatory quagmire that really, takes a lot of money, time, and effort, without, a lot of payoff. So I'm sort of watching cautiously.
Other comments there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little shocked at myself that I've gotten to number 20 here without mentioning communications. But this is a place where communications is a tech or a missed opportunity for communications. And that's not to say anything bad about our communications department here at GRU or across the street at general government. It's that we are going to have to, to David's point, but think more strategically about how we communicate before we have a response, or we have to respond to something. Because there are a lot of things that we're trying to do in here that are different than our city has done before and different than most cities do to serve our neighbors. That are very, very good things, we believe, and the kind of things we all ran consistently and got elected by the people. But we have to account for the fact that there are folks who disagree, and some of those people are very good at disinformation. And we need to strategically counteract some of those messages. And sometimes we're just wrong, and that's okay. We need to learn the difference between we were wrong and somebody else is spreading disinformation and we didn't get ahead of it. But as we reach out and do things like renters' rights and other things that are bigger than most communities do, we are going to have to counteract misinformation more effectively. And that is not something that communications departments our size are normally tasked with. That's usually a higher, beyond our organization thing. But if we're going to continue to do big things, we're going to do things like broadband, there are going to be people out there fighting that tooth and nail. And lots of these things that we believe are the right thing to do and the right way for the city to spend its resources, financial and other ways, strategic communication and getting out in front of these things.
You'll see that as an action today or tomorrow, but one of the times, and it's different, as you all are talking about.
Yeah.
In most cities I work with, that has become a more important priority this year than it was last year or 5 years ago.
Okay.
But it's strategic and proactive as well. They're not reactive.
Storytelling.
Other comments there? The next two are the labor contracts approval, including COVID leave and labor ordinance adoption and paid parental leave. Comments about 21 and 22? Comments there? Pension obligation bond was brought up. Comments there? Police reorganization focusing on neighborhood and community policing refinements. And you'll see more actions on this one coming up this year. But looking at the last year, comments there?
I think something that sentence doesn't embody is our efforts towards our diversion and deflection program. I mean, we've hired full-time staff to work on those programs. We're working with other community partners like court services at the county and Meridian Behavioral Health to build a central receiving facility. We're working with our legislative delegation on getting funding for that. We are we're doing a lot in a space with the ultimate goal of reducing the number of arrests, reducing the number of people that are going to jail because of interaction with the Gainesville Police Department, and providing more restorative opportunities and resources that address the root cause of an individual's challenges versus just throwing a law enforcement solution at it. And so, you know, in the grand scheme of things, I think we're like 15% along where it will end up. But, you know, the hardest part with this is getting it going. And we've done some remarkable work in this area, and we just need to, you know, keep building and keep putting resources towards it to get it where I think it.
You'll see it on the list today for further discussion. Other comments about that topic? Vision Zero launched, an initial draft prepared. I know that one was a major topic in many of your interviews with me. We'll come back to that about the next steps. Comments about the last year on that? Comments?
Let's go back to what Adrian said. It really got elevated to, I mean, there's actually a statewide awareness of the urgency of that didn't exist last year. Last year, I think we were talking about it sort of as a concept. This would be a responsible thing to do in the community. Now it's a huge priority for not the people living in our community, but I mean, we're getting letters from lawyers in Miami about, to our highest ranking officials of state government on why this is so important. So things have changed significantly, I think, in a way that's going to allow us to be a lot more productive with that item than it might have been a year ago.
Comments from others? The 10-year CRA plan adopted. Comments there?
One work to do. One way to go.
Plans in place.
So,
Comments from others?
I think there are major keystone projects that each of us want to see get done with this funding. And because there is a new structure involved in how we're trying to get some of these projects done, I think getting a whole understanding among each of us into how it's progressing will be very, very key over the next few years. Because, you know, a lot of us are here in our second terms and a lot of entering their terms, right? It all has to sort of come together. And so I have let's go for it. I intend to hold the county to their end of the deal as far as putting their funds that they agreed to move. That will also go to some of the projects that we've mentioned. But yeah, no, we all have, I think, invested a lot.
And again, I think this is another one that's indicative. There's a foundation, but a lot of work done isn't done until it's really done. And there's a lot of refinement of process and projects needing to be completed. Comments from others?
Yeah, to kind of play off of what David said, I mean, yes, I think we need to get more clarity on this. I don't think it's still very broad, and that's causing some issues. And I think we at least have four commissioners who agree this is the path we're going to go down, this project for how we're going to build it and stuff like that. We're still not there yet. I think that's why I think some of it language.
Any other comments here?
Yeah, I agree, and I think the issue is we're not all that certain how some of these projects are getting done because it's not the old CRA structure anymore. So what traditionally existed doesn't exist anymore, which is, you know, a big change for our city. And so I think if you were to ask commissioners how one project is getting done, how it's supposed to be, that's two different answers. That needs to be dealt with. That's a responsibility for the commission and for Charles.
Lee, do you have any comments on that?
No, I think, no, I mean, oh, yeah. I mean, Commissioner Ariola said it right on. I think we've got to get all that together with the, not only the vision, but what are the pieces of that? Right? So I think there are multiple ideas of what's priorities.
comments? Electric bus grant, and then the bus is purchased. Comments there?
I think that's one that, I think that's one that we did, communications on really well, with the press, with like outside press and then internal press. So it was a good thing that we did. It was a success that we had, but then also we successfully, advertised it and shared it with the community. I think I agree with Commissioner Ward's previous point that sometimes we just don't do the communication part as well, to let people know what we're doing. So the average person is not tuned in 100% of the time to what is happening. So sharing good progressive changes and successes that we've had is important. And I think that's part of the success of that one, is that we went out and told the public and let them know. And they see it every day, similar to parks, where if you ride the bus, you are not to the electric bus.
Any other comments there?
The users really like it, and I've talked to friends who ride those buses, and they really enjoy quality of that bus. Which one of the things that I think it highlights our RTS fleet, like 10 years old, and a lot of issues, and that's one of the big things that I think it causes people not to ride the bus. It's the quality of it. These buses are brand new and very high quality, and I think that the user experience shows that.
Good. Any others? Then there's 3 related to planning that the community cultivation program initiated and used in the comprehensive plan update. The comprehensive plan update has been launched and the downtown master plan launched. Comments about those? Yes, not done, but launched. Any comments there? Anything missing here that you would note for the last year? Anything missing from anyone? You guys doing okay? Ready to shift gears? We're going to shift to section 6. We're going to dive right into the plan. I would suggest the section 6, and I would suggest we put these equitable community. Start with more sustainable community. You okay with that? Put that one on hold for one day. Okay. So what we're going to do is update the plan. If you look at it, there were 5 goals. I went over those earlier. We're going to take them one at a time. The goals, you start on page 14. The objectives are on page 14. These are outcomes you want to see in 5 years. We'll see if you want to tweak those. Then we're going to go to pages 16, 17, 18, and those are challenges and opportunities there. And we'll see if there's any additional ones. And you're going to give me the 8 or 9 that you see are the short term, because we need to have, it's a challenge that you all see, there needs to be an action associated with it. And then on pages 19, 20, under sustainable community, there are 17 actions on this. We may add to it. And this is a time to talk about your expectations for the next year. Those are on 19, 20, and 21. Things that are already being worked on by staff are called management in progress. They're there for your information, as well as major projects that are being worked on. And those are in there for your information. We won't go through all of those and see if there's any questions about them, or if charter officers want to comment, they may as well. So that's what we're going to be doing. If you go to page 19, sustainable community, if you go to goal 1, I just want to the code there, 2020H meant it was a 2020 priority, and a high priority. It was also brought up by management and you all as commissioners for the next year. So if it's got M/CC, that meant it was brought up in my commissioner interviews. And if it's got MGMT, like on the next page, it was brought up by management. As we go through these, I know it's getting back into the swing of things. Last year, as we went through the actions, we divided them up before we prioritized them into policy for the mayor and commission. And some said, hey, Lee's working on it anyway. He's going to be bringing back a report. And we put those on the management list. Remember that? So we separated those into two files. And then you identified priorities. We'll be looking at maybe 5 to 7 priority actions for the next year. But this gives you where you've been and incorporates your comments going forward. Any questions about what we're going to be doing next? This is going to be the rest of the afternoon going through the goals as well as tomorrow. It is updating the 5-year plan. Do you need a short break before we start? I see a couple of heads. We'll take a 5-minute break and we'll reconvene on page 14. to this list too. I think we already did a little bit today.
Okay, we're on.
All right, let's come back to order. Is there any objection to starting at 1:30 tomorrow? 1:30? Any objection? Okay, so Omi, we will go ahead, start at 1:30. Oh. Just realizing this was a public event meeting. Never mind. Yeah, the whole time in the room, but I'm pretty sure we can start after notice time, but not before. Never mind, never mind. It was a good, it was a good idea. But yeah, it would have to, the only reason we could start earlier is if it's an emergency, but I might think it is. Don't think that past legal muster, so.
You know, I just realized, you're right, 9 a.m. is the same time they start commencement. That's gonna be the biggest traffic, jam. It's gonna be great. I mean, I'll be there with my bike, I'm gonna participate.
Yes, we're,
Like, can't drive.
yeah, the biking will be fine too. Okay. let's
You ready to go?
Yeah.
This afternoon, I'd like to see if we can get through 2 goals. This is me listening and integrating your ideas. We will be I will be polling you to give me your top priorities. And Lee, I'll be looking for your guidance in terms of things that go on Lee's list as management. We're on page 14. The objectives as modified by you all, and I'll notice the modifications for the goal of more sustainable city. Last year, it was a sustainable city. And in talking with the charter officers, they suggested the goal ought to be a more sustainable city in five years. So we'll see if you want to change that in a moment. So that's a subtle change there. If you go to objective 1, in 5 years, increase the acreage of natural and conservation land and parkland. And the suggested minor modification there is for public use. Increase the objective 2, in 5 years, increase the use of renewable resources with a goal of 100%. And last year it said by 2045 or sooner. That might not be a realistic expectation is what I heard from staff. Have more neighborhoods on city sewer. Fewer number of failing septics, that is the same as last year. Enhance well-designed water, wastewater, electric systems operating in an environmentally responsible manner is the same as last year. Pursue zero waste goal, same as last year, and reduce the city organization carbon footprint to achieve the climate change goal without impacting neighborhood equity. And without impacting neighborhood equity was a suggestion from your staff.
Wow.
Yes.
I've got a couple of things that I would point out there. By 2045 or sooner is, for me, that's not negotiable.
Yeah.
I don't think 2045 is reasonable. It's too far out. And it's uncomfortable and difficult, but it's real. Have more neighborhoods on city sewer system, fewer number of failing septic systems. I don't want it to sound like we have a ton of failing septic systems. We don't.
You want to scratch the fewer?
Yeah.
Just have it in a positive way, Art?
Yeah, because we don't have an epidemic of failing septic systems. But we don't want one either. And the way to not have it is to have more.
Let's make it a positive objective.
Yes, yeah, that's good, thank you.
Are you okay with the 2 suggested changes that one is reinforcing number 2 and the other is modifying number 3? You okay with that?
I'm not gonna go to the mat on this, but this is a 5-year plan, so by adding by 2045, I think is unnecessary, because it's a 5-year plan.
Okay.
So, we've made the goal, we've passed a resolution saying by 2045, but in a 5-year plan, stating something that's 25 years away, I think it just doesn't, to me, seem like a place. The other question I wanted to bring up, and I'm really just kind of asking my colleagues what they think. I'm trying to keep focused on the things that the city can actually do. You know, not if we get help from, or, you know, if different regulations are passed, but what can we do? And so one thing that I know we've talked about before that we could definitely impact is the increase in the use of electric vehicles in our fleet. Does that fit neatly under 6 already, or should it be a separate objective? So should we make it explicit in the, sort of tactical implementation then, as opposed to a separate objective?
Or you have a goal as an outcome you want to see is increased use. How do you get there is the other step.
Yeah, I mean, because I think it fits at 6 too, but that's just something that.
I'm okay with it.
The other opinions, again,
Comments from others?
Yeah, I agree, it would be separate, because I think, I'm gonna give you all a little bit of a preview, of the, discussion that I'm gonna bring forward in general policy, which is, how do we focus on things that we can do as a city, both internally and then promoting, outwards, and my thinking here is that I like the more sustainable approach, because we really have to begin to, teach sustainability, because it isn't just renewable energy. It isn't just electrification of the fleets. It isn't just reducing your carbon footprint. It also has to do with climate change sort of literacy. I actually think this is a big thing we need to do. We need to be really educating people on the most recent scientific studies on climate change. I feel like a lot of people are unaware of just how dire the situation is. So I think that should be mandatory training for everybody in the government. Climate and environmental justice in our community decision making. I think that's something that we can focus on in our collaborations. I think that we have a lot of partners who want to help with that. A lot of the stuff we're already working on. So I think it's just a matter of figuring out which of these priorities are we already moving forward on, and which ones we need to begin to introduce. Because I think we already do things like offer residential weatherization grants and things like that through our LEAP program and through our funding with the CWC. But you know that obviously we've increased our investments in those areas. But how do we set that in a 5-year plan instead of just 1 or 2 years? We update these things. How do we set them in a more permanent direction?
Let me see if I've captured both your comments. You got a pen? It's now time to write. So it's number 7, increase the use of electric vehicles in our city fleet. Is that capturing yours, Lauren? Yes. And then David, one of yours was increase neighbor and community builder literacy on community sustainability and climate change. Does that capture yours? One of yours?
Yeah.
You want to add another one there as an objective for 5 years?
I've got a list of 15 things, so out of respect for your process, I will leave it at that.
You can add others. We can prioritize these in a moment.
Yeah, and then prioritize. That's a great word. I am going to wait until the general policy meeting.
Okay,
when the commission-
but that one, you're okay with adding that other one? The one on the literacy as an objective?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go back and get closure on this, and then we can see what do we keep by 2045 or sooner in? May I have a quick hand raise on this? That's the issue that, and Lauren comment. Any other comments before I do a quick hand raise? Adrian?
No, but I have it.
How many would keep it in? How many would take it out? Where are the rest of you?
2-1 vote. People are passionate about this. Again,
Dale, where are you?
Are you pointing at me? I'm sorry. Were you pointing at me, Lyle?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. I don't have my glasses. So
I'm talking to you. I got Dale's.
I see that you're there, but smile on my face, because I don't really know what else is happening. I can hear it. So I kind of am the mind that we're looking at the 5-year plan. And so the 45 being in there is almost like, well, we're dealing with the next 5 years. So if you want to put them in there, that's fine, but if you don't, we're dealing with 5 years. And that's just where I kind of fall on that. This is the 5-year plan.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me try again. How many would take it out? Raise your hand. Take it out to 2045. Okay. Then on the, going to 3, I had 4. On 3, you want to remove fewer number of failing septic systems, right?
I'm gonna put it straight up.
You okay with that, folks?
No, there.
Are you okay? David, you okay with that? And we've added others. What other objectives would you add here for 5 years that you would like to see? Any other ones you would add?
I don't know if this falls in here or in the next. It falls in here or the next goal, but the city purchasing the greenways and the right of ways along the creeks and having that as a goal. Creeks necessarily become public land and having that as one of maybe
Objective
one as part of that objective. Of where are we looking at the city of actually trying to conserve land? There's not really that much land to conserve in our city other than kind of the creek areas, the kind of it's not public land and stuff like that. So that's something for us to consider.
Would you include that in number 1?
Yeah, I would include the conserving our creek areas.
Okay. Any other adds or suggested changes here? Any others on this goal? Going around it once, twice?
So
Yeah.
I don't know if it would fall under if it's better articulated as a goal or an objective, but maybe similar to 6, not just the carbon footprint, but our environmental impact overall with green purchasing and how the city engages with vendors and with purchases for anything from the fleet to
What's the outcome you'd like to see?
I want us to not be buying, not have anything running with diesel, not have styrofoam, not have city money going towards environmentally destructive purchases or practices.
Could that be an action?
Sure.
Maybe that would be one of the actions we ought to consider that.
Okay.
You want it as an outcome?
I would, yeah, I think as an outcome would be good.
Okay, so number 9, how would you word it?
I need your help on that.
Well, what's the outcome you want?
I want the city to reduce environmentally destructive purchases.
Put it that way.
Okay.
So reduce environmentally destructive purchases. And that's by all the city, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's city government.
City government. Comments on that one?
Do you have a percentage in mind or?
I see every percent is a win, so by however much you can do it.
Sure.
So I've got it as, the reduce environmentally destructive purchases by city government. Did I capture it?
Yes, sir.
Well, I feel like for this, we're gonna need our staff to do some sort of analysis. I'm guessing there's some sort of, green procurement standard that has been established either by government entities or corporate entities or something. So, I mean, I'm fine kind of leaving this in the macro right now, but it seems clear that we're gonna need staff to come back and say, okay, here's what exists out there. Is this what we want to adopt as an official city policy?
Yeah, I think that would be the action, would be to
Yeah,
do,
we're kind of waiting.
what is the goal, what is the option, report with options, and then come back with your policy direction from there. Does that capture yours? So it's both an outcome, but it's also specific action for this year.
That works.
Any other objectives that you would add? Any others?
I just have a question. What exactly does enhance well-designed water, wastewater, electrical system operating environments complement mean? Keeping up and changing?
I think it's more efficient, so less leakage, more efficient. More, I think, higher capture of, reuse and recharge, better water quality as it sort of enters water, wastewater treatment.
Any other comments or adds?
The more I read number 6, the less I understand it. So could we perhaps mention reducing city building carbon footprint?
Replace organization with building and facilities, is that fair?
That's fair.
You okay with that, folks?
How about building, facilities, and operation?
You okay with that, David?
Sounds good.
Yeah, this is bringing it to a much more specific, and as you said, Laura, things that you can impact. Any others you would change? Going once, twice? Give me the 6 here that are most important to you as you look to the 5 years. Looking out 5 years, what are the 6 most important for you? No order. There's a priority column there. Fire off when you got your numbers. All right, Lauren.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.
One, 2, 4, 5, 7, 9.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9.
Got it? Theo, you got yours? Okay,
We go with 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
got it?
Four, 2, 4, 6, 4, 5.
Got it. Thank you. Evan, you got yours?
Yep, just about.
Okay.
5, 2, 7, 6, 9, 4.
Got it? David?
You're supposed to be ranked.
No.
1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I think I got everybody's right. I need a tiebreaker. Give me a tiebreaker between 8 and 9. They tied. 8 or 9?
9.
8. What was that, Gail?
8.
8? 7?
8. I've broken.
What?
I've broken. I wrote doesn't matter.
No, I feel like we can do
Yeah.
9 under 5.
So many of these overlap.
Yeah. But
When they're handled by different staff.
yeah, there's 7 that clearly came out. They are 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. It doesn't mean that the action of the purchases can still be an action. And I identified that as an action as well as the literacy. Are you okay changing it to a more sustainable city, from a sustainable city? Feedback there? Yes. Okay, we'll change the heading. Going to the challenges on page 16, 17, and 18. Rather than, I think there's 2 ways you can give me feedback. I can read through them and you can tell me at the end what ones you want to talk about. Or we could go with you reading them and see if there's any discussion. So you tell me which way you want to handle it. Any preference?
I trust these folks to read through them on their own. And then if there's
We
any,
will talk about the actions, but these are a little different.
yeah, I think there's any that like jump out and you want to discuss with the commission, just make note of them and
We'll talk about
it.
And as you do that, think about 9 that you feel are the most important short term
30.
out of 30.
Wow, I didn't miss this part.
Less tolerable.
Give me a thumbs up when you're ready to chat so I can monitor where you all are.
I've got a bag full of pens.
Oh, that's
A teacher.
Is it a pencil?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You need an eraser?
Oh, yeah.
While in the rankings of these, I guess how important we think those challenges or opportunities are for the city, is that how we're,
You were looking at it more in terms of short term, 1 to 2 years.
of what we could accomplish and deal with in the next
Not
couple of years?
necessarily accomplish, but these are challenges and opportunities that need to be addressed in actions. They're short term. So we're dividing them. These aren't going to go away. But we're dividing them into the short term, long term. And those short term ones, we need to make sure have actions associated with them. Does that make sense?
Let me know if anybody starts seeing where you start seeing management challenges versus commission challenges.
we may be very off.
Pretty clear.
Yeah, this includes all of last year's plus additions from you and management.
We're picking 9 that we think are the biggest.
Yeah,
Just
short term, 1 to 2 years.
You get mine, right?
Yep. Thumbs up if you're ready. It looks like a couple of you are. Any of these you want to comment, change, or add to?
So I just have a question.
Sure.
I feel that, where is it? I feel that 27 and 30, or that 27 falls under, 30. For that it's very, very connected to it. So the lingering question part, I think, falls into 30.
So you want to combine those two?
I think they are combined, so if it could just be.
You okay with
one
that, folks?
challenge.
That makes sense? Great. So which one would keep?
I would keep 30. Because
And-
the bond rating is part of 30. So 27 is already part of 30.
So including, so combining some of the elements of 27 under 30, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, top 4 hits tonight, so.
Okay, on that one, I just have the voluntary in there of bond rating. That language didn't in there.
Sure, clearly it's not voluntary.
Yeah.
Hence,
I would not like to run down
hence
that.
the cute air quotes around it.
Yeah.
Other comments on that one? I will combine it considering your comments.
I actually think that we should combine 9, 24, 27.
9, which one's 9, 20?
9, 24, 9, 24, 27, and 30.
So. I might, yeah, oh, I think I just, so Gail, I view this a little differently. So here's what came to mind, like with 24 to me was, needing to build out capacity there. For 9, it was more about, so it's not just an energy thing, it's like a organization wide, you know, how do we, so, you know, it has to do with like purchasing and zero waste and sort of leading internally by example. Whereas like 27 and 30 have to do more with our like financial metrics. It's just the way I think I read them.
I think you read them the way they were intended, at least when they were originally written. Did that help, Gail?
Yeah, that's, thanks.
Any other ones you want to comment on or change? Any of them? Give me your 9 then. Fire away.
2, 3, 6, 7, 17, 20, 22, 24, 26.
Got it.
3, 9, 17, 18, 21, 22, 23, 24, 28.
Got it.
2, 4, 7, 10, 15, 20, 24, 26, 30.
Got it.
1, 2, 3, 5, 19, 20, 21, 24, and 21.
19, 20, and then
Sorry, 21, 24, and 21.
got it. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Fire away.
All right. 4, 7, 8, 9, 17, 21, 24, 27, and 30.
You get one more because we combined.
Oh, that's right, we combined 27
Yeah,
and
so you
30.
get one more vote.
Okay. Give me just a second. One.
Thank you. Gail, you got yours?
Yeah, I do. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3.
No, it's actually 3, 4, 7, 9, 17, 20,
17, 20.
22, 24, and 30.
Give me one more choice. Give me a 10th choice. I'll give you one more. Don't vote for, I'm going to trust you. Don't vote for one you. There are several on the margins. So, yep.
2, 3.
Did I get yours the first round?
No.
I didn't. Okay, before you pulled out, I thought I got 2, 3, 4.
No, not 4, sir. 2, 3, 5,
5.
7, 11, 17, 20, 21, 29.
Still give me one more.
1,
Which one?
1.
1. Thank you.
Say 1 as well.
Thank you.
4.
Thank you.
20.
Got it?
1,
David? Did I get yours?
yeah, it's 1.
Did everybody, Gail, did I get yours? Your big winners here for the short term are, 1 is the cost and funding for city purchase of parkland. 2 is aging water and wastewater infrastructure. needing consistent and significant investment. 3 is expanding advanced metering infrastructure. 4 is reducing GRU debt. Number 7, realities of climate change and the city's actions having a meaningful impact. Number 17, grants and other funding sources with new federal government administration. Number 20 is climate change and planning for changes in city service and service delivery. Number 21, addressing neighborhood flooding and stormwater management. And number 24, additional cost and funding obligations to pursue expertise and staffing in community sustainability. So those are the ones that you identified short-term. The others will become long-term, okay? Going to the page 19, 20, and 21. These are actions. Go to page 21 first. And number 19 is the green purchase policy that you were talking about, Rena. And that would be looking at what is the goal, look at best practices, come back with the report and direction. Does that capture yours?
I think so.
And then, so that's 18 is green, city green, actually city government green policy, purchase policy. Number 19, to be consistent with what we did earlier, is community sustainability climate change literacy program. And that is both for your community builders and your neighbors. Sure. Community sustainability, and then I put a slash, Gail, climate change literacy program. And that would be developing it, identifying the goal, looking at best practices and developing that. And number 20 is the city government fleet policy and program, capturing yours, Lauren, about reviewing it, your current fleet, look at options out there, coming back with a report, and then deciding on the policy and implementation direction. Does that capture yours? Sure. So those 3 we discussed specifically, and then we've added them. Are those 3 clear? 18, 19, and 20? Lee, do you have any comments on those? Jump in. This is where you say these are on management, and they'll be coming back to you. Goal 1, or action 1 on page 19. City goal, and that was a high priority last year. What actions would you like to have taken, and is it realistic under 1? What's the deliverable under action 1 for the next year? Any comments from any of your suggestions on that?
Yeah, 2. One is, I think the pending action we'll find out is increasing our solar capacity up in the air right now. 2, is it realistic? We have to believe that it is. We don't know if it's realistic or not until we get to 2045, but we have to continue planning as if we'll be able to do it. I think the realistic part of it is what it takes to achieve that goal today is not going to be the same as what it takes to achieve that goal in 5 years or 10 years or 25. We just have to keep working towards it.
So this year, your focus would be on solar capacity, would be 1 deliverable, and the other would be what? Any other thoughts on what's deliverable this year on that one? Comments from others? Ari?
Measurement metrics. The ability to know, are we
Sure.
progressing or not?
Are we actually moving in that, our actions take us in that?
And I think we have a unique, I would say unique ability to find that information, because we can call staff and say, hey, what are we doing on things we've talked about? But the community needs to know that we're measuring and if we're making progress.
So I've got an A and B on this, the solar capacity issue and the matrix or majors. Are we really making progress towards this goal?
Right, and for the community to understand what the goal is, and because that's a 100% renewable energy by 2045 is cloud. That's hard to grant. It's easy to say, it's hard to know what it means. But when we start breaking it down to, yes, we're making progress on this goal, you know, with this measurement, and this measurement, and your part in that, neighbor, is this.
So it's actually the community understanding of their role.
Yes, but first it's giving them the tool to understand, because it's guesswork right now.
Branching off of our discussion we had with the UAV, there needs to be consideration of this goal in the IRP that Jerry is going to put together. And I understand that they have, we're asking a lot. They're going to have to be able to make an aspirational plan and one that assumes worst case scenario, which is that we see no movement in the market that exists today. And they're going to have to plan for those eventualities. They're good at that, so they'll figure it out.
So this is the UAV, right?
Yeah, the Gainesville Regional Utilities.
Yep.
The integrated resource plan, is that it? Yeah, integrated resource plan.
So that could be another part of this as well. That clear for everybody? So yeah.
I think one part of making clarity for it is we need to break it up. I mean, 100% by 2045, but where we want to be in 2035 and 2025. I think that makes it more digestible, and also makes a clear idea of where we want to, how do we plan our IRP, because we at least have a goal to get there, or where we want to be every 5, 10 years.
I mean, these are 1 year, this is for next year, these actions. So, anybody know, like, how many from here are you here?
I'm here.
Oh, hey, I know the IRP was 2022. When exactly, like, when will we start that process?
Probably late 2022, possibly 2023.
Okay, so really that's not gonna start until next fiscal year.
That's correct.
So it would be on the horizon, Ed, then, is that right?
That's correct. And if I may, I'd like to interject something here, because I think it is important to understand that we have to have measurables. I was on a call last night with Naquanda Jah and her climate group with the NAACP, and it was interesting because I agree with what the commissioners are saying in terms of communication and those types of things. One of the questions that she asked was, how are we going to phase out of natural gas? And it's interesting because, you know, part of my answer to that was we don't have an alternative to reliability with natural gas because solar is not the answer. So the only renewable we have is biomass and and solar as a renewable source. So, you know, technology is our friend in a lot of ways, but trying to plan for a change in technology can be pretty disastrous. So yes, we want to phase out of natural gas, but one of the realities is the more solar you have, the more natural gas you need, because you need rapid response to support the fact when the sun ain't shining. So, you know, you literally will embed more fossil fuel in your fleet the more you go to solar based on today's technology. So I am just fearful, and you can tell me I'm all wet, and you know that this is aspirational, that's fine. But I lean a little bit closer to what the mayor is saying we have to be careful putting some of these actions into a 1 or 2 year plan. Some of the best decisions are made is to wait until technology catches up to the solution, because we're not going to solve climate change here in Gainesville, and the rest of the world is going to
move along. The reality is the best thing we can do is make this a sustainable utility and make sure we make the right moves instead of, bleeding edge type moves. So I'll shut up and,
So I'll move that one add to on the horizon then.
okay.
And I'll put the years that you just identified by it.
Thank you.
Any other comments on 1? 2 was in last year's plan. Zero waste policy and strategy, a report direction and actions. There were either A is commercial recycling, B is community composting, C is a general government and GRU purchasing policy, which gets a little bit, not totally, but it's leaning in that direction. And then the citywide recycling. Should we incorporate C into the one we added, number 18?
I think if we just clarify that C, like that we have a green purchasing policy for both, that I guess important, I think that would cover it.
So what do you
18
think?
is C, right?
What?
18 is C, right?
That is correct. So are you okay with, you want to separate 18 out or
Yeah,
leave
you
it
can just
under
cross it
this?
out and keep C.
Can someone tell me why A and D are separated? I mean, doesn't citywide recycling include commercial recycling?
Did you have a comment on that?
So I think so D does include A, but A is really versus D is really what we think in terms of the.
So A is a new initiative, is that correct?
It would be the.
Is there a way of working on that, right? The commercial, like multifamily and stuff?
Yeah, working on all 4 of them.
Yeah. Okay, if they need to be separated. that's fine.
Any other comments or questions? Desmond, don't hesitate to jump in and say, I don't understand it or I don't know. So
Sure, absolutely, thank you.
please do.
The big secret is that a lot of us don't get it.
I want to be able to do that.
Any other comments on those 2? 3, yes?
Yeah, I want to speak to this. This is going to be on our general policy meeting. So number 1, the name Green New Deal is just a placeholder. I decided that for this to be a successful local application, I think we need to move away from the connotations of the national movement, only because I think that we have to talk about how this applies to our city more and focus more on that rather than the national bill that was green at least this year. So that is one thing. But
What would you want to call that?
We've got our best and brightest minds on that file. So when the brain trust gets back, I was leaning towards something like protect the swamp, but but yeah, it includes all of the different things that we mentioned. Electric fleets, clean energy mandates, incentives for running industry. We've already moved on increasing minimum wage for contractors. But anyway, yeah, so that's just.
So what should I write in here now?
Just keep it as it is. I just wanted to let everyone know.
What's the 1-year action though? That's what I.
Yeah, so the 1-year action is going to be a lot of research into how these things apply. So for example, I'll point to one thing, the sort of leading intergovernmental entity for reducing your emissions, not just in government buildings, but in future buildings that get built in the city is the LEED certification process. That is something that we could probably get done in a year. But you have to, there will be things within that process that we have to scale up to that may take longer than a year. The
So
same-
it's researching buildings and facilities, is that what I'm hearing?
No, that's just one aspect.
Okay, going back to Lawrence, what's deliverable this year? Research?
It's the development of what the plan will be, like a
Yes.
plan development.
Yeah.
Okay,
And development and rollout as a package, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
so I'll put that as planned development. And that would include research and coming back to you with options and direction. Is that fair?
Yeah.
So we'll call it green, for the lack of better words, but with quotes around Green New Deal plan development is the deliverable this year. And that would start with doing research, coming back to you with a report, and then deciding what the next actions, both policy direction and action steps. Is that a fair summary of that one, David? Questions or comments on that one? Is that clear for everybody? Urban agricultural ordinance adoption.
May 20th.
So that is management by, so
It'll be on the May 20th.
So put management, you don't need to prioritize that. It's on Lee's list.
So that's assuming,
The first reading of that ordinance is May 20th?
yes.
I don't give that.
Maybe not.
Maybe it's on for discussion?
No, I think it was originally on for April 15th, and then because of the short cut, we advertised for the 20th.
Oh, maybe that's the case, maybe it's beyond my brain now. Because that's the case, okay,
I'll ask you, but that's.
perfect.
But it's on your list.
Yes.
Stormwater management policy and projects review and direction was brought up by a commissioner in my interviews. What would you like to see done there this year?
Andrew corrected me, it is for discussion.
But still, it's,
So it's on Lee's list. You don't need to prioritize that one. So Desmond, what we do is put over there in the priority column, a big M or Lee, because that means it's on his list. He's made a commitment. It's coming back to you.
Gotcha, thank you.
Stormwater management policy and projects. What would you like to see done there? This came from commission this year. What's the deliverable?
And I think one of the things is a discussion on buying into stormwater. We've done that in the downtown area and other areas, Innovation Square, of developments being able to buy into stormwater credits. And I think that's one of the reasons why we see developments in certain areas, we don't see developments in other areas because of that, because of the high cost of stormwater. So do we want to have a policy kind of, or not policy, but exploring creating other kind of stormwater credit systems in areas of the city we want to see development, because that's one of the precursors to that part of it.
So stormwater credit system, we're reviewing that and looking at direction. Is that right? Is that clear for everybody? Do you have any comments on that? You okay with that one?
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Hayes Santos, would you kind of expound upon the credit system? Is that something that you're able to do? This is kind of important to me because my grandfather has owned a business in a historically Black community for the last 70 years. And I remember when we wanted to look at paving the back lot, it was an issue. We came to the first step process here at the city, and we were met with all sorts of barriers and really a cost prohibitive process in terms of being told we would need to bring in an engineer. The engineer was going to cost roughly $20-some thousand just to employ that particular individual. And then on top of that would be the cost to actually pave it. But there was the issue of stormwater and where that water would run off to. So if you would kindly speak to this, because there are still businesses and individual residences that may want to expand or do projects in their communities, and this is an issue in these older communities. So if you would tell me a little bit more about that credit
Sure.
system, I'd appreciate it.
I'll try, and maybe staff could also jump in too, but I think that's the exact issue is in these infill areas where they're small lots, there's not really the cost of doing stormwater is very expensive when you have to bury it. It costs a lot of money. I understand there's two different rules in stormwater. There's the stormwater treatment on site to remove contaminants, and then there's also the stormwater actual running off of the property. When you are doing areas where there's already impervious surface, so if you're redeveloping a parking lot, putting a building there, you don't have to worry about the runoff portion because that's already running off already. So it's the impervious surface areas where water can go through and not go through. There are different areas of the city, like downtown, for example. Depot Park is a stormwater basin for downtown. Innovation Square also goes there, is that right? These different areas, you can buy credits into the Depot Park system, so you don't have to build as much on site. So it reduces the cost for yourself. Like it's very expensive for one person to do it, but if you could go spend $10,000 and you just buy into the credit system, it's already built. The system's already built for everyone else to use at the time. I think there's a couple other around the city. I think there's one in Winslow that was built as well, but I don't know if staff has more on how that system works.
But to simplify, Adrian, it's looking at alternative approaches to lower barriers to new construction or expansion, like y'all are trying to deal with. Because right now it's a prohibitive barrier, as you found out, but it's also preventing sort of maximizing the use of our urban space in our downtown. So I think that's what we want to look at, right? Like reducing those barriers.
Yeah, it's how do we lower the cost of being able to do something, reduce some barriers? That's how much better.
Absolutely. Okay. And you're working on that?
No, it's just something that
It's on the list for consideration to be worked on this year.
Okay.
So is that one clear to everybody then? So we've changed it to the stormwater credit system review and revision of that, looking at addressing the issues, Adrian, that you just talked about. Lee, do you have any comments on that?
Nope.
GRU renewable energy goal, financial analysis and impacts and next steps. That came from commission. Comments about that one?
I see that as Ed's thing. I mean, this isn't new, right? I mean, this is with management already, they're doing that.
Go ahead, scratch it.
Ed,
Hello, Ed.
did you hear? So it reads GRU renewable energy goal, financial analysis, impacts, and next steps. Y'all are doing that, right? Like,
Yes, we are.
Yeah. So we can put that in the Ed column.
Put that in the Ed column.
Thank you, Mr. Ed.
Thank you.
You need to come down, Ed, so I can actually see you face to face rather than our strange meetings.
There was a Seinfeld episode where Kramer started looking pretty mangled because of his smoking, and he said, "Don't look at me, I'm hideous." I'm the same thing.
No, I even, the other day when I met with the charter officers, I had not had a haircut. I was a little woolly, so that's pretty for you all. Environmental sustainability, community policy strategy, needs definition. Comments on that one? Is it covered in other things here?
I don't know what that means. Can the commissioner that brought it up clarify?
Anyone? Scratch it? Going once, twice?
And I do think it's embedded in other things.
Yeah, it's covered in the whole goal, I think. Okay. So we're getting very good specific deliverables so far today. City lighting policy and standards review and direction came from commission. That one clear?
That's in process, correct?
I don't think it's funded for anything.
Please.
No, what's in process is trying to reconcile the difference between tree canopy and the street light. The advisory council and the
advisory board.
It's probably the chief officer. But they're going to try to meet, so I can come up with some recommendations.
Is this in progress or is that different?
Well, that's in progress, but I think the intent of this is to really talk about how much room be on the ground where. Right, I think that's how we came from.
Yeah, this is, I mean, dealing with our Vision Zero and other lighting issues we have in our downtown and midtown and really throughout the neighborhood. So what is the lighting standard that we want in the different areas of our zoning categories, whatever it may be, of our cities, since we have significant issues in that. And then also looking at the neighborhood survey that came back too, lighting was actually one of the top things that they had concerns about too.
And it's possible to broaden that out to things like decorative lighting, like on Kelly Point, and things that we talked about, but it's been a while. We need to talk about those things again. Decorative lighting is a thing, and we should keep that.
That one clear for everybody? Going to the next one is preparation for electric vehicles and charging stations. What's the goal, the policy, trends? Comments on that one?
I'll scratch the fleet policy EV thing, we can include it under this. I mean, so that can be internal to the city as well as community-wide.
So you want a A and B under this one? A being community, B being city?
Sure.
Are you okay with that, Rick? One who drives an electric vehicle, I was looking where to plug in here, and I didn't find it. So the electric vehicle is both city and community. Everybody okay with that? Green policies review and A, electric bill, B, developers credit and rebates for electric vehicles were all brought up. Comments on 10? That one clear?
No, none of that's clear to me.
No.
Anybody want it? Anybody want it? Anybody wants? Remember, these are anonymous.
So I'm interested in doing rebates, not necessarily for vehicles, but for charging, for home charging facilities.
Which would be part, could be incorporated in number 9,
Correct.
are you right?
Yeah.
I'll include that in number 9 then.
With, by the way, the intent being that I want GRU to sell people fuel instead of the gas station on the corner, so like an investment.
So scratch 10, you okay with that?
Yeah.
Sewer, septics to sewer policy program, reviewing that. What are their outcomes? Look at options, direction there. Comments there?
That new, I mean, we do what we can.
I see it on the agenda for the next meeting too, of a resolution of changes to our Connect Free program. I love this too.
Been pushed out.
I've been pushed out.
This just an ongoing program then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think sort of as we have funding available, we do what we can, but
So I'll put ongoing by that.
yeah.
Well, it's a question also of, you know, prioritizing more, if you plan to do something different with it, it could be something different. But we've already kind of not said prior to this that it was, you know, not a top priority, so it's okay to prioritize that, not really aggressive.
So you're suggesting leave it on the list then, anyway? And see if it gets, if not, it goes onto the horizon. That's,
Yeah, I mean, on the horizon is where it's.
okay, I'll move it there. Green, that should be metrics. That did, we've already covered that under 1, right? Harvey?
I think so, yeah.
So scratch 12 because it's covered under 1. Urban forestry plan, review and adoption.
Did we already do that?
Lee,
You have.
so that one done?
the commission feels otherwise.
Well, it's a management issue, it's not, commission didn't bring it up, so I'm guessing that somebody from your shop.
Has it been adopted?
I'm fine with the thing done.
That's right.
Declare victory. Tree ordinance amendments, revision and adoption.
You have a question on what?
I have a question on the green metrics and just the metric we had for number one, is that just the 100% renewable energy? And there's a lot of other metrics I think we don't track well on the green side. I don't know.
No, we added measurement metrics under that.
So not just the 100%, okay.
Right. So the two action things
It's
were
the enzyme, yeah.
solar and then measurement metrics.
But it's broader than just
Yeah,
on
yeah.
renewable energy, it's like other things we can measure.
Correct.
That is correct. Back to the tree ordinance amendments. Comments there?
We did that this past year, right, Lee? Is that something different?
I think this one is different.
You, if Public Works put this forward, can you ask them what they did? Some clarify. Yep.
Alachua County, local infrastructure sales tax correction and interlocal agreement.
So we've had some very preliminary conversations about what that would look like. So that will be, I think we'll need to have a joint meeting to decide, some very broad parameters of how we might want to move forward with that. And then it'll be up to staff to get down to the specifics. But I'm expecting this summer to start, because it's going to be on the 22 ballot. We're gonna start soon. So
To leave it on your list for priority.
yeah,
For you.
yeah. See what will happen this summer. That'll start this summer.
I don't assume that's done. We'll see how big a priority is with this group. AMI implementation, direction and funding.
We did that, right?
We'll find out if we did that when we adopt the budget for GRU. So the last direction from the commission was to bring back what it would look like to cut out AMI funding. Or not, but yeah, we'll know once we give preliminary direction on the budget.
I'll leave it on the list.
Well, I don't think it needs to be on the list because we're either going to decide to move forward with that or we're going to cut
Put it on Ed's list.
That's it, yeah.
Utility rate increases. Investigating maintenance and upgrade costs, looking at financial impacts, and looking at the utility rates for water, wastewater, electric, and gas.
We have to do that annually anyway.
Yeah, we do that every year.
That's the budget.
So put that on Ed's list.
Just circling back on the tree ordinance, that is, if we need to make changes with regard to the street light systems.
Okay, so that's embedded in the other. Yeah, okay.
Is it embedded in number 8 then?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
We're talking a lot.
And the green purchase policy, you folded that into 2, is that correct?
Yes. Wait, no, into, yeah.
2C, right?
Different.
And then there's the deliverable of the community sustainability and climate change literacy program, number 19. That is still valid, right?
David, can that be under 3?
Here, literacy.
So the climate literacy thing, can that be woven into 3 with as we develop this new deal?
You can bet it's all under 3.
Yeah, okay, so let's pull that in.
So you're reducing the number of choices. So you want that as a part of the deliverable under 3? Is that what you're saying?
Right, community literacy program.
Any other ones we need to add here? Any other ones? What we've got on the list are 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 15, and 19. Give me the 4 that are most important for you for the next year. Most important. out of 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 15, and that's it. So he's incorporated 19 under 3.
So how many pits do we got?
4. We've already put things on management's list, and that could be either Lee or Ed. What? Stay tuned. Got it. Got yours? Three?
Yeah, 3, 8, 9, 15.
Got it.
2, 3, 5, 8.
2, 3, 5, 8. Four is already underway. So 1, 2, 3, and what's your fourth one? 4 is already on management's list. Got it.
1, 2, 3, 8.
Got it. Theo, you got yours?
1, 2, 3, 15.
Got it? That's one of yours.
1, 2, 5, 15.
Your big winners here are 1, 2, 3, and 15. Those will be the priorities for, again, these will be on the list next time for prioritization. So it's 1, 2, 3, and 15. Ready to go to the next goal? The next goal's got a lot, so we're going to start. It's on page 26, a great place to live. Would you like to know the winners? I would like to know. What do you think they are? What do you think they are? You got it. You all heard it correctly. No, there were others that had votes. So going to this goal, great place to live. This is a rather long goal. The objectives are increase the affordable housing opportunities, ownership and rental. There were no changes in that objective, same as last year. Develop a vibrant, alive downtown with expanded residential and commercial opportunities, same. Revitalize East Side neighborhoods with expanded and upgraded housing, well-maintained and upgraded city infrastructure, and more neighborhood businesses serving the daily needs of neighbors is the same. Have medical and healthcare and mental health services available in all neighborhoods and access for all neighbors, focusing on the east side, the same as last time. Number 5 is provide an affordable or free transit system with fixed routes and on-demand services accessible by all is the same. Eliminate chronic homelessness and reduce transitional homelessness by 50% at some point in time, at a point in time. And one that was suggested, added by a number of your staff, we talked about it, both from the charter officers and from general government particularly, is broaden cultural and recreation experiences for all, festivals, entertainment venues, programs, events in collaboration with the University of Florida. The real emphasis here is the diversification of cultural and recreational experiences. And it's not all city. It could be things that are the private sector and businesses provide as well. Is that one clear what I just said? Captured the points?
So I'm confused by so maybe I'm just overthinking it. The in collaboration with the University of Florida is a type of event, not that we should do this in collaboration with the university.
No, this one was part of the staff was that all of these could be done in collaboration with the university. You want to take that out?
Yes. Because I think I personally would like to broaden, I like how you described it after you read it, to diversify our cultural and our recreational opportunities.
Mhm.
And I think that does it better than to,
Specify the university. So stop it after the events, right?
yes, sir.
Others okay with that?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a problem obligating other institutions that we have no authority over to do things.
That's easy to do.
We can work on it, but we can't tell them or anybody else.
Then we also want to make sure we keep it broad and that our citizens understand that they too will be invited to create events.
Now, this is reflective of some of our discussions, and so, are you okay adding that as a seventh objective here? Because the others seem to be the same. This would be just adding a seventh one. You okay? Bill, you okay with that? Desmond? Yeah? Lauren?
I thought you meant the cultural recreational.
Yes.
Right, yeah, striking University of Florida.
And it maybe reinforce it would be broaden and diversify, so it gets at the diversity issue. Okay. Does that make sense? I think was the tone that many of you talked to me about it. Well, you ready to move on then? Any other changes here? You okay? Going to the challenges on page 28, 29, 30. Again, I'll give you a chance to read and see if you want to comment it or add to it.
I have to be emotionally prepared. How many will we get?
But have a 10th one in your hip pocket just in case. That makes sense.
Question on 7.
Yep.
I don't really understand. We are going to living housing and
Lee, do you want to comment on 7?
I think the word should be exclusionary zoning. Exclusionary zoning limits housing and development.
But I think we have, the state law has limitations on exclusionary. The policy that we can pass.
I was just saying there's not that many options we can do. Inclusionary zoning, is that this?
Maybe it's just limited housing and development options and state laws and regulations on city government. Or do you want to change it to exclusionary zoning versus inclusionary?
Yeah, I think the intent here is that we're limited in inclusionary zoning.
So it could read limited inclusionary zoning options. And it's due to state law and regulations. Is that what you're saying, Lee?
Yeah.
Is that a better way of putting it?
Yes.
Does that make sense here? So 7 is limited inclusionary zoning options due to state law and regulations.
This is to focus on next year, is that correct?
You're looking 1 to 2 year short-term challenges or opportunities.
14 fall under 6?
Good. You okay with that, folks? You want to keep them separate? What, Kim?
Can you repeat that?
Couldn't hear you.
Can you repeat that? Like,
Yes.
Keep it what separate?
Yes, including 14 in number 6. Is that right? It says securing adequate funding and it says future funding for transit service. You okay with that?
Yeah.
And so we'll scratch 14 and include that. Thank you. Fire out any other questions or comments as well.
Isn't it just 24 in the previous section?
No, we left it off.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions, comments, or suggestions here?
Take 9.
Yes. Everybody ready? Other comments? Ready, fire away?
I'm ready.
Fire away.
1, 4, 5, 6, 9, 12, 24, 28, 29.
Got it.
1, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 15.
You said 15?
15, 22, and 24.
Okay.
1, 5, 9, 10, 15, 18, 22, 24, 28.
Got it. David Jaggers?
1, 4, 5, 6, 9, 18, 20, 23, and 29.
Got it. Theo, you got yours?
1, 4, 11, 17, 18, 20.
11, 17, 18? Okay.
20,
Yep.
21, 29, 30.
Got it.
1, 4, 5, 7, 15, 21, 24, 27, 29.
That's back.
Get all the same as I did.
Some of these are very clearly, Laura, they're not like votes. They're getting 6 and 7 votes. What are you telling me? All of his are gone.
You don't believe me anyway.
Oh,
He's smart enough to have.
Did we select them or not?
No, we're waiting for Desmond.
Figured out a reason for drinking water. They get a brief respite from your mouth.
You got yours?
Yes. 9, right?
What?
We're doing 9?
Yep, got it?
Okay, let's see. I have, marking narrowed out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 15, 18, 20, and 21.
I need a tiebreaker between the following that were close. 20, 21.
21.
21.
21.
David, you gonna say?
21.
All right, the big winners here are short term is 1, developing affordable housing throughout the community, including finding willing investors and developers. Number 4, avoiding neighborhood gentrification and displacement during revitalization efforts. Number 5 is increasing pedestrian bicycle safety throughout the Gainesville community. Number 6 is adapting transit service to the needs of our neighbors and the community, and securing funding sources. Number 9 is expanding city boundaries through annexations. Number 15 is lack of funding for connecting trails and sidewalks throughout our community. Number 18 is growth focusing around the University of Florida. Number 21 is potential gentrification, understanding what it is, what are the impacts, and having a meaningful community dialogue. Number 24 is lack of consistent neighborhood lighting. Number 29 is developing multiple activity centers as community destinations for leisure and community gatherings, which serve diverse ages and cultural activities. So those are the short term.
Can you go over the numbers again?
Sure. They are 1, 4, 5, 6, 9. And then on the next page, 29, 15, and 18. And on page 30, 29, 21, 24, and 29. All right, this one here, believe it or not, we're starting with 50.
What, actually, well, I have a question.
Sure.
Is there any, word potential under number 4?
And just started with gentrification.
Yes.
You okay with that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I'm so since some of you started scratching before you got done. So we'll take that out. Maybe it's understanding gentrification and its impacts. That's what it's getting at. So it's gentrification, understanding what it is, what are the impacts, and having a meaningful community dialogue. Does that capture it? Good, thank you. All right, we got heavy lifting for a while. There is a lot here. Some of the yellow ones need some definition. Again, these came from my interviews, and there's 55 of them. I urge us not to combine too many, so they get too big and lose their focus. Affordable housing strategy. It was a top priority last year. Lee, is this more of a year of implementation of that? Or?
No, I think we've got some items that we're working on, but we're gonna have lots of policy some other stuff.
What are the things you're working on here?
Well, I mean, this is what we call the 22-part motion. So it's everything from community land trust to inclusionary and exclusionary zoning to spot disposal.
But then that takes, because some of these are listed individually here. These are major things, like on page 20 is the 22-part motion. Inclusionary zoning is 3. But what is deliverable under 1? Or is it so vague it's captured in the other things? What?
I mean, I think that it includes like the 22-part motion. It is a pretty broad thing that affordable housing strategy.
You want to scratch 1 and incorporate it into, since the other actions are here?
I think 1 is the thing, you probably need to scratch some other ones. All of them.
Yeah, and we've also taken action on it. I mean, we passed a motion that had all of these different points of direction. So I think, Lee, if it's you or staff saying we need more specificity with each of those items, then that's different. But we took pretty clear action last summer.
So maybe if you look at it this way, if you take away number 1, and there are other action items that are all tied to that, that are listed within these 50, it would help us prioritize the items within there that are. The part of our frustration with staff is 22 items. We can't all be equal in priorities that we don't have capacity to deal with all of the people.
So we've got a new commissioner. It feels like what we need to do is have either an item on an agenda or a special meeting to look at just that, to look at those 22 parts and get an update on where each of them is. And then as a commission, give some direction about what we want to work on and what works.
Which is number 20. Slightly modified, Laura. but-
Yeah.
So it'd be an update report, policy direction and priorities. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, and I think working into that, the staff capacity.
And that really captures 1. A lot of-
One, and I think probably a lot of these other balance and all that, we'll see.
Are you okay with that?
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes, we're really, the 22-part motion, number 20, is keeping it. And it would, the actions would be an update report, policy direction from you, and priorities. Is that a fair summary, Leah, what I heard? And the 22-part motion focuses on affordable housing. So it's affordable housing, 22-part motion, update, policy direction, and priorities.
Does that mean we scrap 1?
Yeah, I think so, don't you? Yeah. And that has specific deliverables, but
I wouldn't say that all of the 22 parts have to do with affordable housing. I think that would be, the umbrella that we discussed it, but I think there's some initiatives that aren't necessarily.
affordable.
Yeah, so I would.
So just leave it housing. Maybe housing strategy.
Yeah,
Does that make sense, Kip?
that's.
Okay. And we'll scratch 1.
So 7 and 13 are literally the same thing.
That's my throw.
Sorry. So scratch 13?
Yeah.
No, we'll scratch 7.
We'll go to number 2. Going to number 2 is downtown vision, master plan, strategic plan. That was a top priority a year ago. Lee, do you have a comment on that one?
So that's underway.
So put that on Lee's list?
Yeah.
So put management by number 2. You okay with that? Again, you will prioritize all the management ones before we leave tomorrow. 2, the next one was a high priority a year ago. Exclusionary zoning policy, looking at the state of Florida legal framework for cities, direction and actions. And this was also brought up by council in my, or commission in my interviews of inclusionary, exclusionary zoning policy. Lee, you have comments on that one?
Nope.
Isn't it, for,
It's being, yeah, we're gonna get, we're gonna get a report back. We authorized it, it's being conducted right now. So again, this is, I think, management, it will come back,
As a report then, Lauren.
yeah, with some recommendations.
So put report with recommendation. And what's the title of the report, you know?
Exclusionary and inclusionary zoning.
Report, okay.
I feel like you missed an opportunity for creativity.
Yeah, we were actually pushing for inclusionary.
So is it under management?
Yes, that's what I heard. And it's a report with options and then you deciding policy direction, right? This one, I think everybody brought up to me. The Vision Zero action strategy.
We just discussed that and got the, got presentation from staff and gave direction, so I think we can remove it. I mean, it's in management, right?
Well, I would keep it here and change it from strategy to funding.
Okay.
We know what we want.
I agree.
Someone has to pay for it.
Yeah.
So 4 really becomes the up bomb, man, is what I'm hearing.
As it is.
Everybody okay with that? So that stays on your list. Comprehensive plan update. Lee, do you have a comment on, that was a top priority a year ago?
So it's underway.
So put management by that one? Sure. This is what happens on some, like last year, you may set the direction, the next year it slipped from one part of the plan to the next part, and it's delivered. Land development code updates. That is neighborhood workshop and notification process, right-of-way, street vacations, building orientation, and building frontage in transit.
I think there's more in there too. I think it's like from our joint meetings with the planning board, right? That was that.
I mean, this again is prior, prioritized. So that's the issue.
So this one needs direction and priority.
I mean, I'm just gonna give you all my opinion is that I really don't wanna bring up any of that stuff until after the comp plan stuff comes back. I mean, I wanna see where we are at the comp plan before we start looking at like discrete individual.
Well, maybe you put this one on the horizon for this year.
Yeah, for me,
To
that's
focus the attention on that comp plan. Is that what I'm hearing, Lauren?
the priority.
Others okay with what Lauren said?
Are we talking about number 6?
Yeah. Number 6.
I think the neighborhood workshop notification process is different. I mean, it's not coming back to us.
Lee?
No, you're right, it is different. Yeah, it's just moving the time, so we just know what the priorities are.
So I have an interest in the neighborhood workshop notification process.
Why don't we make that a separate action item then?
So just make that 6, just that.
And I'll move the other to on the horizon, right? So 6, there will be that neighborhood workshop notification. The other part of 6 goes on to the horizon.
Can I get clarification about whether or not that's coming back to us? I thought that we made a motion that was coming back to us, though.
You just have to get to it.
Is it on management at this point, or does it need to be prioritized?
No. Technically, it's in management, but we need to know, again, and I just need to keep stressing this. When we have so many, how we can work with before we run out of time to do things. So either I need more resources, or if you want to fund the issue, or we need to just determine what's coming in first. You know, that's part of this whole planning process that we're go through.
I want to follow up on that point, because I think that's an excellent point to bring up, because I think that where we find ourselves in confusion on the commission is understanding what are those things which are getting that priority time, and which things are you trying to figure out how you get to the point where you can make that decision. Because it sounds to me as though for some of these things, you haven't even made the determination yet, you haven't gotten to it. And so I think for us commissioners, it would be helpful for us to know, so that we can alleviate that confusion. And to do that in a timely manner, I think would be the best course of action, rather than trying to wait for these big strategic planning meetings to transfer that out.
And it's something, if you even put it on the management list, Lee, you'll get a prioritization tomorrow of how important that is to other things, because we need 2 levels, which hopefully will address some of the things you just brought. So what do you want to do with this one, Lee?
So we can put it on the management list.
That's A, right?
What? Yes, just A. The other goes on to the horizon. First mile, last mile strategy, pilot report and direction was on the horizon last year. That one clear for everybody?
Not a pilot, I guess, do we want to expand it or not? Right?
There's just direction.
Right.
It doesn't make sense.
I mean, so all the first mile, last mile zones, or the opportunities in front of us are in the 10-year transit plan. So we should have a discussion about how to get there, and if it's something we want to do.
And that's what you leave it on, that's policy direction. Is that clear? Going to the next one is downtown access and parking study direction and city actions.
Would that be included in the master plan study that we're doing throughout? Well, I mean, wouldn't parking be and access be included in that?
Part of it, but it also deals with neighborhood parking and just the philosophy of whether you want a parking system or not. We had a discussion when I first got here at GPC, maybe in January of 2020.
So this one would include paid parking system as part of that. Is that what you're
I
saying?
think we have meters now, but before we invest in technology.
So number of comprehensive parking studies that I have been a part of since I've been an elected official, 3. Number that have been implemented at all, 0. So I'm just going to caution very carefully before we go down this path. We could spend money, we could do a study, we could get information back. If there's no intention to implement it, then please don't waste our time. I mean, because it's a lot of money and time. Now, I'm going to be the person to say, I think that we need to completely rethink parking, but it gets very contentious and controversial when you start telling business owner X in downtown that their free parking is going to get taken away. So I'm just going to say Horizon. I would like the downtown master plan to come back and kind of see where we are after we get that. And then kind of work on this more discrete sort of steps of how we implement that.
I guess, but we have that study that we just need to make a decision on it. We already paid for a study and it's just,
We can start there.
do we want to move forward on that or not? I mean, looking at the neighborhood survey, I believe this is like the second biggest issue our neighbors cared about, very high up parking. I don't know what that actually means, but
So we'll leave it on the list and see where it makes out in the priorities.
Yeah, that's fine. I think we just need to have a DPC meeting about parking and kind of look at what we have. It's not something we've talked about.
It's really a decision, pay or not.
Yeah, but we talked about eliminating parking minimums too, and so that's part of that discussion. I mean, I think, anyway,
When was the last study done?
Up to you.
Yeah. no,
So it maybe start with that study.
yeah,
I have a review past study. Is that fair? As part of this one?
that's fine too. And what's the downtown, what's the timeline on that?
We have about another 12, 14 months.
Oh, really? Sorry.
We'll leave it on the
Realizing I
list.
won't be here for.
Lauren, we'll leave it on the list because if it doesn't get enough votes, it will automatically go onto the horizon.
Yes, okay.
We pulled up some of the things at OTH that were on the horizon last year and are pulled up this year. Cultural arts diversification and expansion. Looking at what's our goal and desired outcome, a report with options and direction. Is that one clear? Comments there?
I felt like we both addressed that and adopted that in under the last. Sorry, maybe I'm just mixing up goals.
I think that was one action.
Objective 7.
We did it as an objective under this goal, but this is putting an action on it that's deliverable this year.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Right.
So then it's taking that objective and putting meat on it and saying, what do we really want to do in terms of policy direction and action?
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Is that different? Is 9 different from number 24?
Okay. I'm gonna say no.
Which is better? 24?
24.
So why don't we scratch Gail 9 and we'll keep 24? You okay with that?
Desmond?
Desmond.
I thought I couldn't tell who was speaking.
It's okay.
I just heard a female voice. So we'll scratch 9 and we'll keep 24.
Sounds good.
Porter neighborhood strategy was on the horizon a year ago. Comments on that one?
So, I'm sorry.
Desmond, go ahead.
Just as a community person, and one who has been deeply entrenched in that neighborhood, my question, I guess, to the commission is, when you write or when you speak about the community, what is the name that you use? I know the signage that's out in front of the neighborhood, but the name that's there is distinctly different from what the community members have historically called it. But for the purposes just grammatically here, it would be Porters. Most of the people who are from that area prefer the name Porters Quarters, but I did not.
Porter's quarters.
Yes, but I didn't know, with all due respect, how this commission was identifying the neighborhood, and I certainly, if you're just using Porters, then that's what you're using, but I did want to make that point.
I've always said quarters.
Yeah, I think that mostly came from Commissioner Simmons and how she addressed her neighborhood. I'm fine. We want to ask the neighborhood what their preference is and incorporate that into our documentation. I think that's.
So calling it Desmond Porter's quarters, right?
Yes, please.
Got it.
Thank you.
Comments on that? Is that one clear? Historic overlay district policy direction, it was on the horizon a year ago. Comments on that one, or questions? That one clear? Lee, do you have any comments on that one?
So it was heard by the commission, presented to the plan board, it's coming back to the commission, the plan board did, it's not recommending. So
That's, maybe that's mislabeled. It's not the historic overlay, it's what we're not calling the heritage overlay, right? So it's the neighborhood. It's not the historical, different from that.
right, the heritage overlay.
Is that what it's called, heritage?
But, but it's this neighborhood overlay.
Neighborhood overlay? Are you gonna say something?
But we can take it off because it is coming back to us. Right?
Is it done?
Well, the plan board did not recommend it. They heard it, they didn't recommend it, but it will come back to us.
It's yet to be dealt with.
So leave it on the list then? It's not done, right?
No.
Is it more management at this point?
No, it's gonna be policy.
All right, leave it on the list. Urban food policy and ordinance was on the horizon last year. Comments on that one?
I have a quick question.
Sure.
For some reason, it does not, have the government we choose, and then the heritage neighborhood overlay districts does not make it onto the list, but we're still hearing it, then what happens?
Good question. See what happens.
I couldn't hear the question.
The question is, if this doesn't come back and it's not on the list, what happens?
So it's just. There's certain stuff that is already in the works in terms of management work that will continue. But new initiatives that aren't prioritized, or if it's not prioritized.
So this is really more management since it's going to be coming back at this point. It will need policy direction. But it is coming back definitely.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to.
Then we put it on management's list for right now. Those are things that they still require policy direction, but they don't need to be prioritized because they're in motion. Does that address it? You know?
I think it should.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it'd be on the list to come back.
yeah, it may be more funded than policy direction.
Yeah, I mean, with food, we took action. I mean, we gave direction, we took action. Staff's now developing a implementation strategy, and then when you need further direction, or if it's a funding issue, you're gonna bring it back to us. So
That's the food one.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
She was talking about the historic or the neighborhood overlay. So both of those are management at this point. 11 and 12 will be coming back. Is that right, Lee?
11 will be coming back, 12 will come back if we need further direction or money.
Okay, implementation or funding. We've scratched 13, right? Now we go through the ones that were brought up by you all. University Avenue redesign, city takeover direction and funding with FDOT.
can we just call it University Avenue redesign?
What's the deliverable this year?
Well, it's already, that's actually management, right, Lee? I mean, that's, we've got the study out.
And 13th Street as well, number 17.
Right, so while that would be University Avenue and 13th Street redesign. and it's
What was
with
that
management.
together? Put those together?
Yeah, and it's with management.
Are you okay with that?
Correct, that's 17?
Yep. Affordable housing for low and very low income, dedicated funding source, a report with options and direction. That one clear? Comments there?
Is that different than 20? Isn't that part of the 22-part motion?
This came from the commission.
I don't remember it being part of the motion.
dedicated funding source?
Um,
We don't have to, no, no, I mean, if it is already, then fine, if it's not, we can leave it.
It has the dedicated funding source.
Yeah.
The GCRA plan, comprehensive review, direction, and refinements came from the commission. Is that one clear? Comments there? We scratched 17, right? 18 is homeless policy and actions, including what are our community's needs, best practices, partners or potential partners, a report with options, direction, funding, and city actions. Comments there? That one clear? The next one is community policing expansion, defining what expansion you would like to see, reviewing current activities and their effectiveness, look at best practices today, a report back to the council with options and direction. That one clear? Comments there? We've already talked about 20. 21 is Housing Heirs Program implementation.
We have,
That's under 20.
What?
It's hard at this point.
Management?
And it's part of 20.
Outside dining beautification areas, options and direction. That one clear.
I feel like dining is too restrictive. I don't want to complicate this, but not just about sitting down and eating food.
entertainment.
Public areas, yeah, outdoor socials, gathering space. It's not like an anthropologist studying humans. Outdoor social gathering space.
Is that what you want to change it to?
Yeah.
Social gathering space or place. Gathering. And what's the deliverable you want to see there on that?
I think that, options and city actions. We're really talking about some closing down roads kind of areas and other, like where can we give people opportunities
Right.
to.
Sound clear? Renters' right initiative implementation and monitoring.
That's management.
That's the one we talked about earlier with the inspections, right? 24 we talked about, right? Going to 25 is traffic enforcement. Options beyond police, direction, and city action. Comments on that? That came from commission. Comments from anyone? Is that clear? Ready to move? Diversion deflection program, report with options and direction there. That one clear? Comments? Community land trust, direction and city actions.
That was under 20.
Yes. Under 20.
It's
Scratch
also
it.
here, but management things already, it's already, we're not on the management.
With management, am I at?
Yep.
Mid-range workforce attainable housing. And when asked, the response was homes between 100 and 200,000. Looking at what options are there and direction, policy direction and city actions. That one clear? Comments there?
I think I'm confused on what outcomes should be reported prior to.
This would be, what is the outcome you're really trying to achieve here?
Yeah.
That would need some further definition before work was done.
My
I don't know what's like before, but I mean, there's median household income in our city. Can't like that's only there's looking online at house for sale. There's like 3 houses for sale under $150,000 in the city of Gainesville, including all of these vehicles on the MLS. Median household income in our city can't even qualify for a loan for that too. But beyond just kind of affordable housing.
Does this capture it?
Yep.
Next one is downtown sidewalk pedestrian friendly. Do a problem assessment, report with options, direction. Comments on the downtown sidewalk and pedestrian friendly problems.
Yeah, I have to imagine that's part of the downtown master plan. Yeah.
So we'll put this, move that as a bullet. What I'm gonna do is put that as a bullet and issue to be addressed by the plan. You guys okay with that?
30 as well.
And 30 as well? We'll put both of those under the master plan. The next one is a mobility master plan. Review direction and city actions. Comments on that one? Is that clear? East Side infrastructure, looking at the infrastructure needs, a report, get policy direction and funding. Is that one clear? Oh, you're sneaking candy. Go ahead. Any comments there? Is that one clear? 39th Avenue, State Road 222, Waldo Road upgrade, direction and actions, and that would have to be done with FDOT and Alachua County. Comments there? Is that one clear?
Is it just road upgrade or like safety upgrades as well?
Like road and safety upgrades?
I would like to specify safety upgrades.
Don't get that? Does that help add clarity?
I mean, I'm just gonna say none of those roads are under control, so I don't know if that's more of an NGTO priority.
Lee,
This came from
you all.
commission, so.
Is it more advocacy than Lauren? Or
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it makes, especially in a 1-year horizon, like,
maybe the focus is direction and advocacy? Or is it just advocacy?
yeah, I mean, I just think it's an NGTO.
Do you want me to scratch it or just put advocacy?
See what this year's ran out on.
It's not mine. I'm invested in it. It's not mine.
So I'll change that to advocacy. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Northwest 8th Avenue, 6 blocks redesign.
Are we already working on that?
Yeah, that's what the state already, right? I mean,
Well, we're working from a staff standpoint and trying to develop a design. But, the funding issue, ultimately a big control of road issue.
But it's with you right now.
Yes.
Okay.
So put management by that one, Lee?
As long as we prioritize.
We will tomorrow. Youth services expansion, defining the city's current and future role potentially. What are current services? What are the needs of our youth? And a report coming back to you for policy direction and funding. Is that one clear?
I feel like that's in process, isn't it?
we took that action 2 weeks ago, right?
Last week.
Yeah, so we're working on what that will look like, but it'll come back to you for decision and.
Yeah.
funding.
Okay, so it's with you right now.
With management by that one.
It's with management right now.
I may have to do 2 lists on this one, Lee, both management and policy. There's so many management ones. Going to 36 is road design. Standards, review and direction.
All under.
Yeah, mobility master plan at least.
I think it's approved list.
Scratch it?
Yeah.
Covered under other things. Others okay with that? Yep. And then, housing for duplex, triplex, quadplexes.
Didn't we already move on to duplexes and modify what we do with them? Or do we just want to do like a whole overview?
I think that's part of like exclusionary zoning and some department.
Yeah.
So scratch it.
Yeah, it'll be covered under exclusionary zone.
Okay. Going to the next one is large lot development, policy review and direction.
What does this mean? Eventually, I know the word together, I cannot.
Yeah, I'm not clear on that either. Anybody?
Any comments?
Blame it?
That sounds like an A-grade thing to me.
Any objection to scratching it, since we don't know what it means?
Don't know.
It's time for you to all stand up. Anybody want it? Only once, twice?
Good.
Yep. Zoning ordinance review. Would that wait until the comp plan gets done?
Does that fall under being exclusionary?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exclusionary. Yeah.
So scratch it.
Right.
Then Trail Greenway Strategic Master Plan.
Is that a mobility master plan?
I think that's something we have to,
Yeah.
like, we've taken action saying we want to fund a Greenway plan, but we haven't actually funded it.
Yeah, I think that's different.
For the increase and all
So
that.
this needs some funding then, is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, that was the vote that the citizens made and, to allow us to do that.
Okay. Bus system reimagined. Outcomes, best practice, first to last mile.
I think that's already covered in a couple of those.
Yeah.
What is it covered under?
Mobility and,
Number 7?
yeah.
So scratch it.
31. 7.
Walkable neighborhood policy and action plan. Two particularly were mentioned, Grove Street and Porters. That one clear?
It was just covered by something, not the specific neighborhood, but the walkability portion.
I think someone covered in our comp plan. Change their plan for.
Comments here? Lee, do you have any suggestions on that one?
I think it's part of mobility.
That would be part of number 31 then?
Unless you want specific. You need two neighborhoods. One street and Porter.
Does the Porter's part fall under 10? As you built the neighborhood strategy?
I guess what is mobility master plan? Probably touch it up under that. What does that actually mean?
I mean, I would leave it on.
Yeah, see where. Oh,
What is actual mobility master plan? What is that?
What is it? Is what I heard.
So the mobility master plan that I've worked on in the past basically deal with pedestrian, bike, car, and all included into one plan. That's what 28.3.
So keep it on the list or drop it. Hop on, hop off transit.
Does that fall
That's
under
first mile,
mobility?
last mile.
What?
That's first mile, last mile.
So we'll scratch it here. major street redesign for transit, bikes, pedestrian, automobiles. South Second Avenue and Fourth Avenue. Any comments there? Is that clear? The next one is University of Florida Health and Services to our community. Dialogue with the university, looking at what is the outcome, direction, and city actions.
I think this goes back to Lauren saying we shouldn't make something a priority if we can't actually force them to do something. We can have dialogue, but beyond that, I don't see. How we
So
can-
leave it at dialogue.
I just don't see what else we could do.
Yeah, and it's actually in process, like that discussion's happening right now with, I think, hopefully, with actions coming back. I mean, I would just say leave it, but I think some
Scratch it at dialogue though. After dialogue, scratch that.
I think you could leave options.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Sure.
And obviously, I know I wasn't here for this conversation and how this commission arrived at this. But is there a reason that we don't take into consideration the other healthcare providers here? That we kind of lean in on UF Health as opposed to including also North Florida Regional?
Yeah, I don't think there's a real good reason, except that UF Health is the health provider for anybody who doesn't have insurance or doesn't have direct, I mean, North Florida's for profit, UF Health is not. So when we think about folks going out and providing services in the community, UF Health seems like the more likely partner, since their obligation to serve populations that don't have health insurance or direct access, but there's no reason we shouldn't include them.
If I may, Mayor Cole, because I had a recent conversation with their CEO. Unfortunately, my father was hospitalized literally the morning of the election and just got out last week. And I had the opportunity to have a conversation with him with regards to kind of helping them to improve their process if there was some patient safety issues. And in those conversations, he expressed a desire to work with the city and, envisioning some ways in which that can happen. So that's why I asked this question, wondering what those opportunities might be. Because I think there is a level of interest on that end.
So yeah, that's included.
Do an A and B on that one, Desmond?
Yes.
And the other one is North Florida, is that right?
North Florida Regional Medical Center.
Thank you. So the emphasis on health services. Late night partying. You're laughing, Marina. Are you at one of those late night parties?
The only late night party that there's room things.
This was analyzing the problems, looking at options, and what does the city do?
A short meeting.
Oh, you're contributing to it too, then.
No, if we could go to the parties, they shut down.
Is that one clear?
Yes.
Then, what?
It's not clear to me.
Comments from others on late night partying?
So Gail, this wasn't my item, but I think there's two things that come to mind that have come before us, whether it's commission comment or whatever. So one of them are the sort of large outdoor block parties that have, caused neighborhood disruption and shut down traffic flow and things like that. And then the other is just the good old age-old college town issue of like house parties, disturbing neighbors, things like that. I'm guessing that's what.
I would add to that, it wasn't my item, but I would add to that we have a few owners, really a handful of owners, who are consistently problematic. and overloading their establishments and creating increased friction with GFR and GDP. And particularly as deals with COVID are really problematic.
Would it be more accurate to say disruptive partying?
Sure. Yeah.
Because I don't think the time of day is the problem.
It's not the hour, right?
Yes, I think it's the effect it has on. the
Disruptive is what put there.
Right, and we all saw the photos of the bar owners putting queues up, physical queues on the sidewalk that ended up including the entire sidewalk just in the last couple days.
So this one would be looking at what are those problems and bringing back to you, here's what we find, and here's some options for you. Does that address that one?
I think that there are a couple of issues that overlap, and I'm not sure which bucket to put in there.
What are those, Gil?
One are the challenges that we've had in the Pleasant Street area and Peaceful Sundays. And then, which I think there's an overlap there with opportunities in the city for people for recreation. And we've addressed that piece of it, because I'm not sure if we prioritized.
It is on that one, the diversification there.
Yeah.
We haven't prioritized it, but it's number
Okay.
24, but it's in here.
Yeah, so I think there's an overlap there, and then I think there's a second piece of this about some of the disruptive partying and lines and non-mask wearing that happens, in the downtown area. So that's the way I'm looking at it, and I'm not sure how to categorize it within the scope of how we address that. Is it all the same thing to everybody?
No, I think the larger thing is the first part of what you said, that, we're dealing with certain outcomes, and to address those outcomes, we're really talking about what's the root cause and lack of opportunity. The bar thing is, we've always had irresponsible bar owners that, they're usually a minority. Right now it's COVID and masks. At other times it's been underage drinking. And I guess what I'd say is, that we've got this committee that we serve on, the Joint Responsible Alcohol Use Task Force, or whatever it's called. It's with UF folks, and that part of responsible bar owners and responsible behavior, I think, could easily be dealt with through that and discussed there. And the bigger issue is the first thing first, because we don't have meaningful options for many of our neighbors, and not just neighbors,
Which is really which is number 24, is looking at those, right, diversification of those options. Does that help?
Yeah, that helps to me. Some of that goes together. So I'm asking you all how we capture that. And two, I just want to be mindful of when we speak about certain communities and we characterize what disruptive means. I want us to be careful, because it would seem that if we're characterizing one group of folks as disruptive, when another group of folks is just as disruptive, but it might be handled in a different manner.
That could
I'm just
all come
offering
out.
that to everybody to keep an open mind when we have language.
And that goes back to the,
Coded words that we use when we speak about.
do you have a suggestion other than disruptive?
No, I don't, because I think we've now made it very clear what we're talking about.
Okay, good.
May I also add something?
Sure.
To belabor the point, but I hear Commissioner Johnson on that. I do believe that they're two separate issues. I wonder if we might consider fleshing them out. I do believe it is important for us to try to find another word.
Other word than disruptive?
Yes, and I think we should all work on that, like together collectively. Find a separate word. that captures what we're trying to articulate. But I do believe also, yes, Mayor Poe has identified that probably initially the sentiment that was intended behind this was what has happened at Peaceful Sundays, and a couple of other incidences. But two, with the issue of our student population and others who like to visit the bars downtown, the issue of not wearing masks becomes to me a public health issue that I think, you know, if we're going to reach out to the bar owners, like we say, we need to be very intentioned and, you know, very purposeful in doing that as a city who wants to keep its citizens safe. I know I can speak to COVID firsthand with a father who was hospitalized for 60 days last year with it and almost lost his life to it. I know firsthand, it's not a game. And I want to see us in whatever ways we can work very consciously to protect our citizens. The numbers are not going down at the rates that we need to see, and we're looking at potentially seeing another wave. You know, we love to believe that we're in the home stretch of this, but the truth is, we can't say that with certainty. So I think it's important for us to flesh out that these are two separate things. I hopefully would like to suggest that we find another word other than disruptive to address the other gatherings. I think there are probably two separate issues that we need to address here with the party issue.
Yeah, thanks for that. And we have been working on specific interventions and messaging with the bar issue. And I'll let you talk with the city manager about that sort of one-on-one.
So is this one, number 47, more of the bar issue?
No, I think they're two, I mean, because they're different. When we talk about actions and strategies, when you're talking about overcrowding bars, not wearing masks in bars, that's a public health issue. And I think we have been working and coming up with some effective actions towards that.
So I'll put that as an in progress, but this one here, we'll look and see, come back tomorrow and revisit, see if we can come up with a different disruptive. Other than disruptive. You okay with that? We'll just use it as a placeholder and we'll come back and see if there's a definition of a different term. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Seminary Lane project completion. Is that in progress, Lee?
It's not really ours.
Oh.
It's a private development.
Do I scratch it?
It has an impact on the city. I'm not sure what
Scratch it?
the action of it. Oh, I didn't put it on.
I know. Do I scratch it, Commission, or leave it? Hello?
I would scratch, there's literally nothing you can do.
Scratch it. Annexation strategy?
Did we already process that?
No. We identified that as an opportunity, but it's not an action. Micro mobility, that would be under the mobility plan. Is you okay with that?
Yeah, I thought the first time last time.
CRA projects, would that be under the CRA plan?
Yes.
Poverty reduction policy, looking at community issues, a community commission conversation, best practice and direction. Is that one clear? Comments there?
It's a little vague.
I would count when we unbeg it. Anybody want it? Anybody want it? Want to scratch it?
Just leave it and see where it falls.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking at it by time. I agree. 14 minutes. We've got two priorities that to do.
53 and 55.
53
And 55.
Okay. What about 54? Comments there? Is that dialogue you're having with the university or what?
Ongoing. I don't know if any of my colleagues want to add more specificity to that. I mean, I think we're constantly in conversations with the university on a wide variety of topics. It's nothing new
that. Any others we need to add here?
The community cultivator program, is that the pilot that we're testing out?
And some other efforts, but yes, there's a first consulting.
All right, you're prioritizing the following. Back on page 31. The ones on the list are 4, 7, 8. On 32, 10, it's quarters, 15, 16. On the next page, 18, 19, 20. 22, which is social gathering. 24 is that diversification of arts, culture, and that would also include recreation. 25, 26, 28, 31, 32. On page 35, 33, and 36. On page 36, 41, 43, 44, 45, and it's not 40, 43, 45, 46, and there's A and B on the health services. We've got 47, which will get a word other than disruptive. 49, 52. Out of those, give me the 6 that are most, or give me 7 that are the most important for you.
Well, can we go over page 35 again, please?
Which one?
Page 35.
Yeah, I need to run this. 35 is 33 and 36.
And Lyle, I had a question back on page 31. Didn't we pull number 6A out? Did we already identify it on this?
You're right. It is 6A is still on your list.
Oh, no, we said that's managed.
Or manage, 6A is management. You're right.
Okay.
You're gonna get that in a moment. So it's
Okay.
management.
Thank you.
I'm gonna run to the restroom while you go find your 7.
And how many do you need to get?
7.
You guys were taking breaks.
I know, I would go back and around.
Took breaks.
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready.
Fire away.
20, 22, 24, 31, and 45. Thank you.
7, 16, 18, 20, 24, 31, 49.
Got it.
4, 16, 18, 20, 24, 26, 49.
Adrian?
4, 7, 20, 26, 31, 41, and 49.
I think at least. 4, 7, 12, 16.
12 is management, so you get another grade. Like what, your next one is 16?
Yeah.
Okay.
20.
Yep.
26. 35. 46 and 49.
You get, the 35 is also on management.
What was your last one?
46 and 49.
Doesn't you got yours?
I believe so.
Fire away.
All right, so 10, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 32.
Gail, you got yours?
I like the last-
What?
I like the last one.
Yes.
That's what you.
Mhm.
Yep.
That's the understatement.
I'm going with
Yes.
15, 19, 24, 26, 32, 46, and 47.
I need a tiebreaker between the following. Number 7, you write them on top of a page. 7. Number 18. Number 31.
I would say 7.
Yes. Give me one of those. Your 7 bit. Gail?
18,
18.
18.
18.
31.
31. You want to just add both of those?
Yes.
All right, the winners then are 4, 16, 18, 20, 24, 26, 31, and 40, the annexation one. 49. Those are it.
Don't be so happy you chose annexation. Don't even
Anyway,
know.
hopefully it made sense. I would suggest if you have some time, look at the other 3 goals. We'll be upgrading those and then determining your final priorities. So we got through 2 today. We have 3 to go tomorrow. Thank you for some good work today. Nice meeting you all in person, not this thing on the TV screen. So thank you all, and we'll see you tomorrow, starting promptly at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, 2 o'clock, don't forget, I tried to pick that up, but didn't realize I couldn't. And we are adjourned. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you all. Have a nice